Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. It is a pleasure to have so many people here. It is a yes, I'm a sociologist. Yes, by training, by training. Let me zoom back in because the chop. Thank you very much for the raid while I was on my starting soon screen. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. And hello Tim Shellshow. Hello Nocturnal Ash. I believe I used your art for my go live message on Twitter and Blue Sky. So thank you once again, as ever, Nocturnal, for that. Pickles the Little Dill. Hello, hello, hello. Of course, hello to Zachop and Sheo Duke and Plagued by Society. Hello. And Arbeline. Hello, hello. Oh, is it Arbeline? Arbeline? Our Berlin? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. It's nice to meet you. Nucleasis. Thank you for the welcome in. And Rick Seeger, thank you for the follow. And how are you doing? How are you doing, Zachop? How are you doing, Zachop? Let me give you the shout out. Zachop. Zachop. Yes, welcome in Raiders, welcome in Raiders. So for those of you who do not know me or who were not introduced, yes, I used to be a sociology professor. Used to teach sociology to college students, and now I am I do some other things, but I am mostly I am a streamer these days. Mostly I am a VTuber. I enjoy it. I enjoy it quite a bit. It is a lot like being a professor, except that I don't have to go to committee meetings, which is pretty good as far as I'm concerned. Hello, LoveCat43. Welcome in. Good to see you today. But yes. So today I've got a somewhat variegated agenda, and I start a little bit earlier than I usually do. I usually start at 4 p.m. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but I'm doing a slightly different schedule today on account of I have an 8 p.m. meeting. And hello, Nando. Hello. That's all good. That's all good, Pickles Little Dill. You would hardly be the first. How do I feel about mathematics and stochastics? I think stochastics... Oh, and nice to meet you, Milton Kitano. I think the stochastics are very difficult for people to understand at an even basic level, which is interesting, which is an interesting phenomena. I would not say that I have particular training in stochastics as a special science. I had to study stochastics quite a bit for a lot of the work I did. So a disclaimer on do not do what I did for a living. I also have a degree in chemistry, which is very silly of me to do. I did an entire degree in chemistry because of a misguided belief that doing an entire degree in something I didn't care about and had no particular feelings about would be good for my prospects on the job market. This is a scam. Do not think like this. Oh, and what were you doing as a job? What were you doing? So like you had to learn a lot. Stochastic was an important concept for understanding thermodynamics and getting into how particularly statistical thermo works. Admittedly, the way that it actually works is that with thermodynamics, you just use things that are so large that you just get numbers so big that you can just kind of treat all the stochastic elements as equal to 1, which is a neat little trick. It's a cheap little trick. And yeah, it's part of math. I am not good at math, but I am not afraid of math, which is a distinction I feel like is important to bear in mind, because people often assume that because I am unafraid of math, that therefore I must be good at math, and I don't think that follows, to be completely blunt. I do not think that is true. I think that I handle mathematical problems to a reasonable extent, and then that's about it. I think I simply do not die when I encounter math problems. I got through calculus, did some lineage and some combo, but I was never particularly good. I did learn a little bit of topology, and I really do mean a little bit. Ooh, when is AI art kind of shenanigans? Aussie political history stuff. Interesting. Interesting. I know relatively little about Australian political history. I've studied it a little bit, a very little bit, because I did study a lot of colonialism, British colonialism specifically. I know very little about French, Portuguese, Dutch colonialism. Spanish colonialism I know a fair amount about, but I know quite a bit about British colonialism. I didn't ever spend any special time on Australia. I unsurprisingly learned quite a bit about it in North America because I'm an American. And it's just kind of hard to get through the kind of coursework I did without taking a couple of American history courses. And then I did learn quite a bit of Indian history and South African history. And those were kind of the areas of colonialism I studied much more. And you just kind of end up learning a couple of Australian political history elements via osmosis when you do that. What I am kind of... It is always kind of interesting to see how Australia kind of fits into the British Imperial regimen. And I will give a little bit of a hot take about more contemporary politics, because I have quite a few... are you Australians, Chop? If you are Australian, good day. Is that the appropriate way that I'm supposed to greet Australians? It is quite late for you if you are Australian. That's my kind of like hot take about Australia is that I think that West Aussie? Okay. I don't know enough about Australian regions. I know that the southeast is the main population center, and that the northern 80+% of the country is very low population density. That's kind of what I know. My kind of like hot take about contemporary Australian politics, to the extent that I've got one, is that I think that Australia actually kind of leads the US culturally in a lot of ways. So I think that Australia has the gambling market in Australia is about twice what it is, specifically sports betting. Sports betting is one of the highest growth industries in the United States right now. And Australia has about twice as much per capita sports betting as the United States. So I think the US sports betting market is therefore at about halfway to maturity. I think that we will catch up to the Australians per capita on sports betting. I don't think this is a nice... I don't think this is a pleasant prediction about the future. Yes, we absolutely can. We absolutely can. I would say that probably the most important figure in American political culture that is currently alive, it's probably Rupert Murdoch. It's probably Murdoch, who's an Australian import. So I think that we tend to follow the Australian lead. So yeah. No. Very much. I think that is an uncomplicated yes on that, on Australia leading to kick.com. Which is oof. Which is oof, I shall say. Just taking a look at my paint bucket and realizing that I'm out of space inside my paint bucket. But yes. So Chop, if you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. Do not... I know that we tend to raid when we're getting tired, when we're hungry, when we're ready for bed, so that is extremely reasonable. An extremely reasonable behavior for you to do. Do not worry about it at all. I consider that extremely reasonable. But thank you for sharing your community with me. That's around to catch an important mushroom meeting. Absolutely. I mean, mushrooms can kill you, so it is important. Unless you mean specifically a meeting with EG, in which case, hell yeah, I love EG. If that's the mushroom in question, I love EG. They're an amazing person. But yes. Go ahead. Go have your mushroom meeting. Oh, the chop is also a mushroom. Oh, I have not watched the chop's content. I feel silly now. It was not obvious what they were based on the little preview image that I saw. Okay. But oh, I see. Yes. Oh god, the internal OBS. No. It's fine, Sheoduk. It's fine, Sheoduk. But yes. So, where was I going with all of this? I don't think I was going anywhere. I think I was going over to the live screen. That's where I think I was going. And it will be set up on the camera for now, but I'm going to hide the camera for a moment. And change over to a we're going to do some puzzles. I'm going to do some puzzles. These are a good way for me to warm up, to get my brain moving a little bit. I've got a couple that I like to do. In a row. We're going to start with the easy stuff. I like pious. Odious is not available. I like pious as a start word. Because it has 3 vowels, which is many vowels, and a terminal S. Because I will go insane if I end up spending my entire time thinking about that terminal S. I will go absolutely nuts. So I always try to do pious to knock it out early. And as you can see, we do have that terminal S. So, and nothing else. Everything else was fake. I like to get C's out of the way early if I can. I usually use crave, but I am playing hard mode, so I gotta use that S somehow. Myrtle. Interesting. I haven't heard of that one before. If it requires knowledge of true crime, that is unlikely for me to be very, very good at. I think I would be very, very bad at, because I don't have a lot of knowledge of that. So let's think about this. So know all of the vowels other than, and hello, Huggetry. It's good to see you. I already have said hello to you because you're getting. I know that you said you were going to go get some Indian food. So let's think about this. So we know we've got an A, and it's not the second letter, which is unusual already. And then we know that there's no I's or E's or O's or U's. So we are pretty limited. That makes me kind of think that we've got some sort of A beginning word, some sort of noun that begins with A and then was pluralized. That is where my mind goes. And hello, Kari. We got to give the shout out to Shrimperina. Hello, Kari. How are you doing today, Kari? Kari is the mantis shrimp VTuber. She is wonderful. She is incredibly smart. She knows actual smart people things, unlike me, who knows fake smart people things. Milton Kitano, thank you for the follow. Let's think about this. So, this is the problem that I end up having, is I end up being like, what do you mean Argle isn't a word? What do you mean that isn't a word? That said, I may have been overlooking something. I haven't used an R yet. Waking up? Yes, I mean, there's worse things to be. There's no C, so I want crass would be a good one, but there's no C. Let's try brass. Okay. Well, now I've at least eliminated the second S. This leads me more to think that we can't do alter. Almantal, my answer is elder. That's fair. That's fair. Agars. Oh wait, we know there's no R's in here at all, so there's no Agars. And hello, Kirill. Hello, Kirill. Kirill is the certified good boy. Cyril is our local certified good boy. Owls. This is one of those redeems that I've been thinking about, but I haven't. I need to think about how I would even implement it. Owls. Almantas. Almantas. Replace my head with an owl. It's one of the dumbest ideas I've ever had. And let's think. We know there's not a second S, so gas, and we know that's not where. We know there's no E. There's so many. Arcos. There's no O. There's no O. Leatherworking. One of the hobbies that I'm the least likely to get into. Areas. There's no E. There's no E and there's no R. Almas? Is that a word? Oh, okay. Magnetically motivated has cracked this case wide open. So it's Atlas. It's Atlas. Yeah, that's fair. And hello, Archnavist. Welcome in. It's good to meet you. But yes, magnetically motivated. It was almost you cracked the case wide open. I could have lost this one. Atlas though, it was Atlas. Let's go down the list. That was yesterday's. Connections. I tend to view connections as kind of a silly one. Wing, drumstick. I don't see thigh, I don't see breast, so it's not parts of the chicken, which I'm grateful for. Drumstick is also a thing that you use to hit drums. It is a thing made of wood. It is a ice cream snack. That's not getting me very far. Drumstick and biscuit are things that you might have for dessert. That is not telling me very much. Lincoln is a president. Lincoln is a type of car manufacturer. Lincoln is a town in Nebraska. Lincoln and corn are Nebraska things. That doesn't tell me very much. Bow, mallet, drumstick, pick. There we go. Things you play instruments with. Just thought of Atlas. I mean, it did wind up being relatively close to my name. As far as things that we are going to ever encounter in Wordle that are close to Almantas as names, that's like the second most likely one after Mantis. After Mantis, I think that's like the second most likely. So trunk, branch, limb are all parts of a tree. Yeah, almost is just like not a word I really think about. I think of that as a character from Final Fantasy Tactics. My favorite Final Fantasy. Which I don't know if I'll ever get around to playing Final Fantasy Tactics on stream. Maybe one day. But not today. Ear, wing, tusk are things that come in twos. Yeah, of course, Carol. Almost means souls in Portuguese. Division plus what? I'm sorry. Trunk, branch, limb, division? Oh, wait, hold on. Wing, branch, division... limb? Let's give this a shot. Oh, section. Okay, section. Okay. My least favorite way to end up playing connections. Get to the last two and get the yellow and the green first. My least favorite way to play connections. Least favorite way. Because now I'm just baffled. Now we've got 50% of these are connected by absolute moon logic. Memory. Play it by ear. Play it by memory. That doesn't work for anything else. There's no play it by trunk. There's no play it by corn. Stained glass. None of the rest of these. Memory foam. I got nothing. Things that pop. Things that pop. Exactly, Kirill. You knew her. You know me. You know me too well. Yeah, Lincoln memory. Hello, Emperor's armpits. Hello, Emperor's armpits. Hello, Emperor's armpits. Let's see about something here. Let's think about this. Lincoln truck made me exactly. Yeah. Well, Lincoln I associate with cars. I associate it's a city, it's a car, it's a president. What else? What in the world is going on here? Lincoln. Tusk corn. Well, I get corn can of course be a corn thing. Oh, bread things. No, that doesn't. Yeah, things elephants are known for. That's actually a good idea. Yeah. Distinctive features of an elephant. And now this is going to be complete gibberish. Words misspelled in... Okay, so they... Okay. Kirill. We had it. We had them. You were right. It's an American. I don't know if it's other English languages do this, but in American English, the memory of an elephant, it means like somebody who has a very strong memory. It means somebody like to have an elephant's memory is to remember everything. It's I forget actually how the phrase goes. I've now gone insane. This has reminded me of a extremely goofy remix that I'm going to subject people to and completely ruin my VoD. Let's see. So yeah, let's see if this my favorite one is that particular elephant who hated a woman so much it trampled the woman to death and then went to her funeral and destroyed the funeral. But yeah, let's see it. Does this play properly? This is one of the goofiest goddamn pieces of music I've ever listened to in my life. So I'm gonna subject you to 2.5 minutes of one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Because I love it. Because I love it. No. We gotta get down to the comments. I love these comments. Seconds of fade out. Love it. Love it. Love it. I love these comments too. And hello Wande. Hello Wande. I'm glad that you like it, Glitchika. What a funny way to suss you out. Glitchika's one of my favorites. Some patience switch between manic. Yeah, it's wonderful. Gave my headphones to a friend, and he was jamming out, and then the lyrics kicked in, and his eyes became a flurry of shock, confusion, betrayal, and fear. Me and my sleep paralysis demon at 3 a.m. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, I actually listen to a lot of these like synthwave remixes, and I've always really enjoyed when they manage to nail somebody with a haircut from the era, like this Gaga one right here. Okay, okay. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. If only Chester were still around. Oh. Okay, we've already done this one. I just need to refresh. Oh my goodness. Okay, hold up. Hold up. Gotta... So I'll move you. Okay. I love Cradle. I love Cradle. This is actually one of my favorites. Ferroalloys, nickel mats, and nickel ore. Okay, so it's not entirely ore, so this is not a completely undeveloped economy. 2.87 billion is small, but not incredibly small. So this is tricky. This is like a more developed third world country. So jumping into vegetable products, which is always one of the best ones to go for. Coffee and citrus, that tells us that we're pretty tropical. Foodstuffs is usually not very valuable, like baked goods and hard liquor and tobacco. That doesn't tell me very much. Crustaceans, non-fillet fish. Okay. So, that's kind of everything I'm actually going to get a lot of use out of. Precious is 131,000 for Precious. That's nothing. That doesn't tell me anything. So, we're looking at 2.8... We're looking at 1.5 billion in ferroalloys. So this is a country that has some sort of reasonable power grid, because the ferroalloys takes power like you wouldn't believe. That is a thirsty boy. That is a thirsty boy, those ferro alloys. Nickel and nickel mats. 2.87 billion. It's a very non-diverse economy. Agriculture is very poor. It's not going to be Mexico. Mexico's way bigger than this and manufactures a much broader base of things. But that's actually not a bad choice. But I think Australia's economy exports more than 2 billion in Australia. That sounds way too small. Yeah, that's the thing. Like 2 billion is way 2 billion is not very much. 2 billion is just genuinely not very much. That puts you in like the bottom like 20 countries. Let's try Barbados. Yeah, also they don't grow that. Okay, Barbados is on the opposite side of the world from it, so let's try Fiji. Oh, now we're pretty close. Is it East Timor? Am I finally going to get East Timor? Am I finally going to get East Timor? No, I'm not going to get East Timor. Okay, so something between Fiji and East Timor. Now I run into the problem of, like, I need to think about what are between these countries. Oh, the fact that Wande said... Is it Papua New Guinea? No? There's not a lot of countries left here. That can't be right. That can't be right. No, there's no way. There's no way it's New Zealand. Are they counting subsections of countries? Are they counting... Hold on. Who would be... What was that? Caledonia? I mean, thank you for the hint. I'll accept that as a level of acceptable backseating to go I would not have gotten New Caledonia on my own. That is mean. New Caledonia is mean. that is a mean one. That is mean. Time for one of the more insane ones. Connect trade. We got the CAR, Fiji, Japan, and Israel. So Japan's always going to have large construction vehicles. And machinery having individual functions. One day I've got to tell you that what is famous this far out and what is famous when you live nearby to New Caledonia is going to be very different. That's going to be quite different. I wouldn't even count them as an independent country. Like, I didn't expect that at all. CAR is not going to be other sea vessels. That is absolutely not what's going to happen there. Let's try Roughwood, Diamonds, Fuelwood, Water, and see if that gives me CAR. Okay, so Fuelwood and Water are linked together, so it's got to be Fiji. And then Roughwood and Diamonds has got to be the CAR. Tanks has got to be Israel, right? Like... There's no way Japan is exporting Q-Modders at any sort of reasonable rate. And Merkavas have got to... those are a pretty big export, right? So that's got to be Israel. That's got to be Israel. Let's just see if I can just nail Japan right there. Oh! Okay. Oh, I always mix up. Yeah, who's buying... Well, no, but nobody's buying Q-Maru Shikis. Like, who's buying a Q-Maru Shiki? But who is buying a Merkava is also a fair question. Okay, there's Japan. So let's try roughwood, diamonds, prefabs, and spices. No, spices are also going to be Fiji. Spices are also going to be Fiji. Unpackaged medicaments tends to be a pretty poor country thing. Let's try other sea vessels, tool plates, and phosphatic. No way. Wait, hold on. No way, hold on. That's insane. That can't be real. That can't be real. There's no way. That's mind-blowing. That is mind-blowing. What in the world? Hello, Humpter. Hello, Humpter. What in the world is the CAR doing exporting tanks? What is happening? What is that? That's wild. That's wild. That's completely wild. That's insane. I don't know what to do with my life knowing that. Yeah, which tank? Is it like T7? Yeah. This feels like the sort of thing that me and Emperor's Armpits and Wande would all know. That's all I can think. They might be selling like repackaged surplus T-72s. Well, I mean, it wouldn't even necessarily have to be with how bad the economy is doing. It could just be like the CAR is for how poor of a country it is. It's relatively militarily stable. Like this is like a low bar, but I'm not saying it's a particularly safe country to live in, but like, you know, go west of it, and almost every country west of it has had like 2 coups in the last 20 years on average. West Africa is extremely hot these days. The Sahel region is going super hot. CAR. The CAR is exporting tanks. Thank you for the small Montas. Yeah, Israel. Yeah, Israel unpackaged is surprising. Yeah, but it just has to be doing better in terms of like military stability. It just has to be doing better than like Mali. Like it's oh. I screwed up there. Wait, what? Am I freaking out here? Am I having a stroke? I am. I said Costa Rica and it's Puerto Rico. Which is not an independent country, so that is Bahamas? No. Saints Kitts and Nevis. I am giving up already. Wow, the DR looks naked. Screw that. I see Puerto Rican flags every 20 feet. Sometimes feels a little bit cheating to do that one. Wait, what? What are you talking about? What do you... What? What? The national emblem of The national emblem of Puerto Rico. What are you talking about? This is nonsense. This is nonsense. Next, they're gonna make it Montana. Whoops. It's $1. Ah. Really, I thought they were still doing better than like a lot of the West African nations. I was just going with like the demand for T-72s globally is probably up. Okay, I'm giving. I got rocked on Worldle. I got rocked on Worldle. Absolutely terrible performance on Worldle. Mid-band white. Last band blue. First band blue. Mid-band white. Oh, this is gonna give me... so we know that US and Liberia are going to be in there. Does mid-band require that be... Okay. As the middle band color. So let's try my favorite. Let's try my favorite. Are they gonna allow me to count North Korea? They're not. They're not. That doesn't count as the middle. That does not count as the middle. So that means that... Let's just knock the center... They're not going to count Malaysia? Are they not going to count the United States? They're not going to count the United States. Wow. Okay, I've got no idea then. I've got no idea. I've got nothing. I am at a loss here. This flag Doku is going to kill me. This flag Doku is going to kill me. This is going to wreck me. We don't get to count... Man, what are we going... What is even happening here? I might just give up, like, immediately. I might just be done. Ooh! Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry, Hoomter. I'm sorry, Hoomter. That is not pleasant. That is not pleasant. Yeah, star. Like... I am at a loss for this. So there are only a couple of these I can think of. There's only a couple of these I can think of. So first band blue, mid band white, France, and Netherlands. The Netherlands would also be one of these, right? You're gonna be Luxembourg. Does the Sun has a different... Sun counts as a different category. They've clarified this several times. Sun counts as a different category, so not going to get South Korea. South Korea is not going to count. Scotland? That one's gonna kill me. I don't know. I don't know. I actually might not get this. Argentina doesn't count for stars, but it might count for one of the other ones. Probably not, though. Oh, it does. It does. It does. A good call with Argentina. But... And then... Netherlands. Yeah, but no, they clarify this a different one. The sun is not a valid star item as it has its own category. I think that the Nepalese flag does not count as having any of these concepts. Racking my brain. I'm just like, I can feel my brain grinding to a halt. This one's tough. I think the Tajik flag. Yeah, the Tajik flag. I do appreciate having the left the rows all be the same, because it means I can just like think about this a lot less carefully. You were in the news recently. 3 stars. Intriguing. Intriguing. Wait. What are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? What's going on with Hunter? I guess so. Yeah. Like what? Yeah. Like this is how I learned that Syria got a new flag, was from Flag Doku. This is how I learned that they've got a new flag. Jeezy Pete's. Tajikistan. Let's give the good old Uzbek. Huh, I was kind of expecting that to be the flag. Oh, wait, flag of the day. Archivist, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much for the follow. It's a pleasure to have you here. Oh my goodness! Who the heck? Well, okay, I say who the heck. It's an anonymous gifter. Obviously, I don't know who the heck that's going to be. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to me.
User gifted 10 subscriptions to the community.
Well, a lot of people I recognize in there. Kairu and Nagi. Wow, thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. That means a lot to me. Remember, this channel is supported by viewers like you. This is a public broadcasting station of old man content. And so it is supported by viewers like you. Who in the heck else? Who in the heck else? GZ Pete's. GZ Pete's. I'm not sure I'm gonna get any further. This might be the end for me. I probably shouldn't have used Uzbekistan here, because I think there's some more with flag, with, I think the blue might be the more limiting factor than the, first band blue, last band blue, mid band white. I am struggling, man. I can't think of who counts. Okay. Let me think about this. So we've done a bunch of Europe. We've done some Middle East and Central Asia. Americas. Oh, Honduras was the flag of the day. Americas. It's not going to be Mexico, but Guatemala. Okay. Easy Pete's. They didn't let me use either Jamaica or North Korea, so that makes me annoyed. The lack of being unable to use Jamaica and North Korea makes me craggy on Flag Doku. I want to use them on Flag Doku. But now time for the main event. Now time for my main event. My beloved Redactyl. My beloved Redactyl. Now, what do we got going on with Redactyl today? So let's think about this. So my first thoughts are, so those are dates, right? 5 letters, so it's not a war. It's dates like that. So this looks like a series of dates, right? Like, I'm not insane for thinking that this looks like a series of dates. And let me just check the framing here on my end. There we go. So let's take a look here. November is 8. December is 8. January is 7. February. October. What the heck? January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. There we go. Okay, okay. Okay. I was going to go crazy. I was going to be like, wait, is there not a month that's 9 letters long? That would have made me very sad. Also known as something something. Okay, so it's not Prince. It is not specifically Prince. But so this is somebody who was alive in the 20th or 21st century, I'm going to go with. They're dead. So this is somebody who gets to go by a moniker. Sting's still alive, right? Let's see. Blank is known for 39779. The 10 letters in parentheticals with a big parentheticals. Let's take a look here. So hint. Okay, so I'm not... So this is their last name. Their last name is 5 letters. So they're just going by their first name. So that's like that's their birth name. Their actual birth name. There's somebody who... They're dead. They went almost entirely... They went primarily by their moniker. So it's not somebody like Nixon or Kissinger. And it's their first name. Let's think about this a little bit more. Oh, Delicane! Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you, and thank you for the follow. Rare time that I've been in a... Yeah, I was about to say, rare time that I've been in a collab with somebody 3 times before they follow me. But welcome in. Welcome in. It's good to see you. It's good to see you anyway. Yeah, Kissinger is dead, and some asshole just died. Somebody monstrous just died, like today or yesterday. Oh yeah, Le Pen. I have trouble describing Carter as monstrous. I'm too American. It was It was Le Pen. Le Pen kicked it finally. I have a lot of critiques of Carter, but I have trouble putting him on the same tier as Kissinger. But yeah, we are all glad that we can all be glad that everybody alive now has outlived Kissinger, has gotten to see a Kissinger-less world. Yeah, the older Le Pen, not the one who's currently active. That would have been too positive. And see, if I wanted to be really cheesy, I would do these and I would look for the death date. But that's really cheesy. Yeah, Kissinger survivor hype. Exactly, exactly. Let's think about this. So mononym people. Mononym. So we're looking for. So it's not share because share's still around. It's not. It's not going to be share. It's not going to be Jesus, even though that's the right number of letters, right? Because Jesus was definitely. Jesus did not die. Did not live in a. Was not born in a 4-digit year. Was that's ridiculous. He might have been a time traveler. We can probably guess that this person is living in a relatively Western country because we don't see a lot of italics, and when we do see italics, they're down here, right? When we do see italics, we see them down here. So, I might have to use a hint. I might have to use a hint because I don't feel like I've got enough to work with. I'm not that good with celebrities. Let's go with the cheapest one. Let's go with the cheapest one. Zenji. Oh, I am out to sea. I am out to sea. What? Zenji. Zenji. I am going to suffer here. I am going to suffer here. Zenji. So those are kanji. Those are kanji. Those are. I was wondering what those 4 digits are going to be. So this is this is somebody who's Japanese. And Zenji only shows up twice, despite that being like part of their name. Zenji. Zenji. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Zenji. Oh my goodness. Zenji. So... Oh my goodness. This is going to be a rough one. We might be here for a minute. No credit for these ones. I'm not going to get the kanji correct, so that's got to be kanji. Also known as... That's going to be kanji again. So that's going to be Zenji something, and then something Zenji. Was a blank, 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 and blank of the... Hold up, let's get away from the hint. of the art in China? Oh my goodness, this is going to be insane. This is going to be crazy. I don't know how I'm going to get this. Oh my goodness. So is it going to be Zen here? Is this a Buddhist minister? A Buddhist priest? Oh my god, I'm like inclined to just start guessing random Japanese first names that are only 5 letters long. This is brutal. This is going to be really tough. I thought this was going to be a simple one, but this is going to be absolutely brutal. Okay. Is known for his or her his or her W-R... why am I bothering? Writing? Authorship? Authoring? Is known for his authoring the... Oh, this is gonna be this is gonna be absolutely brutal. Dang. Okay, I'm gonna look up a list of Japanese first names for men. That is a fake list. That is a bullshit list. Sorry, that's just that is that was an AI generated list. That was nonsense. That was nonsense. Kenji? Yeah, Kenji Zenji, right? That's definitely going to be a name. Botan? That's a name. Kenji? I already guessed Kenji. Oh, this is... Arata? Oh, this is awful. This is awful. Hanzo? Akira. Akira is a common name. Dogen? Dumb luck. Dumb luck. Dumb luck. Better to be lucky than to be good. 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 We could have been here for a long time. Let nobody say that brute force never works. Brute force, in fact, almost always works. Well, we can learn about this. We can learn about this together. I have actually heard the name before. I have actually heard the name before. It just doesn't mean a lot to me. I do know that this was a Zen master. Having seen the name now, I'm like, oh yeah, wait, this was one of the Zen masters I had to learn about in Japanese class. Yeah. Dogen Zenji 1200 to 1253. So he died at 53. Also known as Dogen Kigen, Ehe Dogen, Koso Joyo Daishi, or Busho Dento Kokushi, was a Japanese Buddhist priest, writer, poet, philosopher, and founder of the Soto school of Zen in Japan. Originally ordained as a... Yeah, Emperor's Armpits, what did they teach you about in Japanese class? Originally ordained as a monk in the Tendai school in Kyoto, he was ultimately dissatisfied with its teaching and traveled to China to seek out what he believed to be a more authentic Buddhism. He remained there for 4 years, finally training under Tiantong Rujing, an eminent teacher of the Taodong lineage of Chinese Chan. Chan is a synonym for Zen. Upon his return to Japan, he began promoting the practice of Zazen through literary works such as the Fukanzai Zenji and Bendowa. Known for extensive writings including the Shobogenzo, Treasury of the True Dharma Eye, the Ehe Koroko, and the Ehe Shingi, the first Zen monastic code written in Japan. Dogen was probably born into a noble family, though as an illegitimate child of Minamoto Michitomo. I do like this character combination, this counselor. I like this Asho. I like this character right here. This is cute. This is cute. At some later point, Dogen became a low-ranking monk on Mount Hiei. That's a very famous one. Kenzeki. He became obsessed with a single question regarding the Tendai doctrine. As I study both the exoteric and the esoteric schools of Buddhism, they maintain that human beings are endowed with the Dharma nature by birth. If this is the case, why did the Buddhas of all ages, undoubtedly in possession of enlightenment, find it necessary to seek enlightenment and engage in spiritual practice? This question was in large part prompted by the Tendai concept of original enlightenment, Hongaku. That's book memory, so like original memory. I guess memorization, oboeru, is a synonym for enlightenment? Huh. Or can be used as a metonym for enlightenment, which states that all human beings are enlightened by nature and that consequently any notion of achieving enlightenment through practice is fundamentally flawed. You know what? Cool. Cool. Good for them. That's a good question. That's a legitimately good question. Kenzeki further states they found no answer to his question at Mount Hiei. Disillusioned by the internal politics, blah blah blah. Going to visit Koin, Tendai School of Onjoji. Asked the same question. 2 days after the death of the contemporary Zen Buddhist Myoan Eisei, Dogen went to study Kenin Iji under Eisei successor Myozen. And then went to the Song Dynasty. Yeah. I mean, we learned a bunch of different things when I studied Japanese. We did not stick to only one thing. I originally learned calligraphy in Japanese class. That was my first place. That was the first place I learned calligraphy. I will say that actually learning how to talk to bosses was the thing that broke my spirit for learning Japanese. My distaste for keigo. Keigo is much harder than like anything else in Japanese. I think keigo is so brutal. Yeah. Being polite in Japanese is a nightmare. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what this guy believed. So this is a bunch of miracles, which is one of the least interesting things to me. Dogen stressed the importance of Zazen, sitting meditation. That was one of those things that we had to do, Emperor's Armpits, was we did some Zazen. Like we went to like a monastery and like we got some Zazen training. It stuck with me all these years. It's stuck with me for years. Very useful. I've actually liked Zazen quite a bit. Did a lot of it yesterday, in fact. Without thinking, he Shiryo. Difficult practice. Difficult practice. The correct mental attitude for Zazen, according to Dogen, is one of effortless non-striving. This is because for Dogen, enlightenment is already always present. As an English speaker, I want to be always already, but that also has its own kind of specific meaning. Further, Dogen frequently distanced himself from more syncretic Buddhist practices at the time. Commitment to Zen is casting off body and mind. You have no need for incense offering, homage praying, nembutsu, penance disciplines, or silent sutra readings. Just sit. Alright. This is probably why I remember the name. Was from these. No, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. So now I almost regret that I'm streaming today instead of just meditating all day. Now I'm like, oh, why am I not just doing some Zazen right now? Why am I not just doing some Zazen? Yeah, it's like, oh dang. So I need to get away from this. This is the pull of doing nothing is pulling at me. I can feel it. I can feel the meditation pulling at me. So, I put out a viewer questionnaire. Before Christmas. And I have gotten some responses. And I just kind of want to go over them because I found this kind of interesting. We're going to be skipping over the time stuff. I can tell you that because the times are just like, I asked people to record their time zone and what time in their local time they like me streaming. And I am skipping over that because I already did the calculations on the back end to convert it into my time. I will talk about why I framed the question like that, which is I framed the question like that because I wanted to reduce the amount of stress it put on the reader of the questionnaire, because that's important. It's important to reduce the stress on the people taking the questions. And so this went out on the channel, and it went out on my Discord server. I did not post it to social media because I did want a deliberate bias towards myself, towards people who watch me frequently. So this does create its own weaknesses, and I'll talk about those weaknesses. I kind of want to talk about this in a sociology brained way. And actually, I'm not gonna. Screw it. We're gonna take a look at the time zones just because I find this kind of interesting. So U.S. Central and U.S. East were the most common, followed by far Western Europe. So this would be the United Kingdom, Ireland, Portugal. But Moscow got several responses, as did U.S. Pacific. So I found that kind of interesting. I've got a couple Russians, a couple of Europeans, but mostly Americans. Pretty American biased. To simplify the time response, with one major exception, people prefer me streaming right about when I'm streaming right now through the next couple of hours. Which should not be surprising, right? That should be almost tautological. That the people who already watch me like to watch me when I already stream. Riveting, right? Riveting piece of knowledge, right? I've uncovered that the people who already watch me. Brilliant design, Almantas. Really intelligent here. Did figure that out, and that was kind of interesting. One person, one very brave soul, and I think I actually know who it is just based off of the fact that I think I know the specific person, wants me streaming at 3 a.m. I'm pretty sure I know exactly who that is. I think I know who that is. Very brave of them. I don't think they're messing with me. I think that this is a person who I know just has a really, really weird time schedule. So what would you describe as my strengths? Let's take a look at this, right? Let's take a look at this. I have looked at these a little bit before, but yap, knowledge, friendliness, soothing, knowledgeable, yapping, welcoming, interesting, yapping, consistency, I like to hear that, likes the low energy, I do like the low energy, excellent at steering collabs, you know, good at interacting with chats, able to challenge chats way of taking them, interesting, charming, consideration, intelligence, viewer interaction. I do like all these things. These are this is all these are all what people are describing as my strengths. And it's good to know that these aren't too far off. And big ups to the person calling for infinite patience. I do like that. What would you describe as weaknesses? Audio-related technical, which is fair, which is very fair. I am hopeful that I sound a lot better now. I am on a completely new piece of hardware. And so if I do sound better, which I hope I do, I hope that is coming through and that you are able to appreciate it and hear my voice a little bit better. Yes, to stream is to scuff. What would a VTuber be without scuff? Souls-like games and forehead smashing into a problem repeatedly. That's an interesting way to put it, because I have not actually played Souls-like games in a very long time. Sometimes you'll repeat yourself. That's a kind of an interesting one. Sometimes you repeat yourself. I'm guessing to think of what to say next. This is true. This is true. I do this. It's actually a somewhat interesting element in that you need to use filler words in order to allow your thought to catch up to your mouth, right? And especially for me, a person who talks quite fast as speakers go, I am on the faster end of speakers. That said, you need to figure out ways to create that kind of space. And I will repeat myself. That's a skill that I have trained myself on. So it was kind of interesting to see it come up as a weakness, because I am more used to the more neurotypical method of extending out that time, right? Of taking up more time, which is to not repeat yourself. The repeating yourself is something that a lot of VTubers do. Hi Mix. And yes, it's something of a public speaking skill and something that a lot of VTubers do. I am used to more using filler words, allowing silence to rest. That's when you are doing big speeches, you like to let yourself speak. Oh, Mix, I actually had a question for you, a sociological question for you that I want to ask in DMs. So if I don't ask you by like midnight tonight, feel free to poke me. I'd have a specific question. But I decided to just start streaming earlier instead of asking you. Yeah, I try to avoid saying, I've been getting better about reducing that in my general speech over the course of my life, right? Because I've been kind of training at some level for public speaking my entire life. But as part of VTubing, I've learned to recapitulate over statements I've already made, to repeat myself, to take the same thing and say it again and again. And that's a kind of learned behavior for VTubing. It's actually kind of a hallmark of autistic people. So I wear them kind of, oh, my brother has a very bad vice of saying, you know what I mean, when he loses track of what he's trying to say. And I have gotten annoyed at him enough about this that I've started going, no, I don't. But I am, you get annoyed at yourself. I know that I have a very obnoxious one of using actually as a generic intensifier. The way that other people use literally, I use actually. So actually is actually one of my most used words, as I just used it right there, right? And it's kind of funny because people get used to the idea of it being an interjector. Mia Cole and hello Oxpecker. I do like the show. Actually is a good show. Actually is a pretty good show. Oh, and Oxpecker, thank you for the follow. One chat message and you're already invested. I appreciate that. You know what you like. I like that. I like that. Mia Cole, that's a good one. Yeah, the quiet pauses are something to. When I'm giving a more formal speech, I will be using the dramatic pause more frequently. But I'm trying to be more casual and more low-key while I'm streaming, and so I tend to prefer the rollback in the sentence and the repetition of sentence fragments. That said, might be better for me to extend out sounds more frequently. This is a skill that I can work on, and the extension of words was not even a bad idea in general, because I know a fair number of the folks in here are ESL, and so it is rude. It is generally considered somewhat rude for an English first speaker to talk particularly at New York pace. The way that New Yorkers speak, the way that we speak around here, where we speak really fast, and we're always kind of running over ourselves. And this is kind of how we normally speak to each other. It's actually kind of crazy to listen to, and I don't blame people for having trouble understanding it. Even other Americans have trouble understanding it. I know that my grandfather always found a little bit of trouble with it because I wasn't originally from New York, but I did pick it up as I got older. And yeah. Oh, you had the flatheads. You had the flatheads mix. Yeah. But yeah, it's my grandfather thought that was really obnoxious, and he tried to teach me out of it. He really tried to teach me out of it. My grandfather was an inveterate Midwesterner. No, he did not live in New York, I think, ever. This person is targeting something. Yeah, we're doing the review of people reviewing me. We're looking at what people would describe as my weaknesses. As a variety streamer, what's your target demographic, or what's your community knows about? I do tend to screw up on knowing what people are familiar with, and that's a real challenge, right? That's a almost incredibly impossible challenge. I don't know how to resolve that one, to be honest. But I think it's fair to say that I don't have a coherent demographic set. So that's definitely a challenge. Sometimes the actual content of the streams aren't as interesting as the personality are talking. Interesting. Do you think that comes from the teaching background giving you expectation of a base level of knowledge? I think that it more makes me very self-conscious about it, I would say, Mix. Because the thing about being a teacher is that you have to be very cognizant and aware of... You always have to be worried about what your students do or do not know. You have to be very worried about what your students do and do not know. And so... you have to be thinking about that and going backwards and going back over things and repeating yourself all the time. That's a very important... Repetition is a very important teaching skill. Do not let anybody tell you otherwise. Repetition is very important. You got to repeat yourself all the time. Always remember to repeat yourself to your students. And so I can say that, like, it can still be kind of difficult. Like, hello, Mora. Hello, Mora. I think that, I do think that I sometimes overestimate what my community knows. I do think I overestimate. Not, I don't want to be like mean about it, but like sometimes I'll kind of go off on a tangent about like Marx in particular. Like like Marx, or like knowing particular pieces of English vocabulary that are pretty common for people with like medium high educations. Like pretty much anybody who completes a year or two of college in America is going to know what epistemology is as a concept. And so I sometimes forget that like I need to spell out that epistemology is the study of how do you know things. That's what epistemology is. Epistemology is the philosophical subschool pertaining to whether or not you know things. How do you know things? Do you know things? Do you know that you know things? That's epistemology, which I actually love as a subdiscipline. And yeah, Mix. I love how incredible. This is one of those things why I always get a little bit crazy about it. I feel like pretty much everybody is incredibly knowledgeable. I feel like everybody knows a lot. And a lot of us come from very niche communities. There are so many goddamn Fujos. There's so many goddamn Fujos in the VTubing world, right? And they've got crazy vocabularies I don't know shit about. I've been learning, but like it's very much a type of knowledge that I don't possess. Yeah, tag Ronan. Barry is who I was thinking of first, but yeah, Ronan's also a big Fujo. You know, it's there's I watch streamers all the time and I have no idea what they're talking about. Constantly. It's constant. Grimmy is very knowledgeable. I will say that. Grimmy is very, very knowledgeable about a wide variety of topics. I admire Grimmy a lot. I think I've been pretty clear about this. Grimmy is somebody who I look up to a lot. K-pop community and VTuber community are the same people. Yeah, I don't know crap about K-pop. That's true. Okay, hold on. Let me read out what Mick said. In this space, a lot of the time, it's stuff about anime or video games or fantasy novels or horror movies or whatever their very specific single passionate social issue is. So they tend to have audiences that have similar niche trivial knowledge. Yeah, and okay, hold on. I need to. I just realized I peaked the crap out of my microphone. So filters. We gotta turn that limiter on. I might make it a little bit, might loosen it a little bit up there, but let's keep the limiter on. Sounds sick. I hope not. My roommates are both sick, so I'd be very worried. I feel fine, and I ran 6 kilometers today, so I'm not. I hope I'm not, but if I'm going to get sick, it's gonna probably happen soon. Maybe I didn't warm up enough. I've been speaking very quickly today, Mura. I was demonstrating some speech patterns that are atypical American speech patterns. I will take my temperature though. I will take my temperature. 97.2. I'm fine. At least on temperature. Says they're socially desensitized to conversing with people that are talking past each other. If they interject at that point, suddenly you're interrupting them if you try to finish what you're saying. What? Don't die because you want to kill me? But yes. Yes, yeah. Yeah, I figured as much. Oh, and I'm tall. The basic shared interest acts as a strong social lubricant. I've personally run into the issue quite frequently where I'm very knowledgeable about literary writing, etc., which aren't common topics in Twitch streaming space. That's fair. This is part of why I get a little bit antsy sometimes about people over attributing knowledge to me. Is I just happen to be knowledgeable about things that I think are kind of coded as higher class. like I really like archaeology. I really like I really like old history. I really like the study of colonialism. I like a lot of economic stuff, and that comes across as having a certain cachet that knowing about knowing about shipping doesn't. And like I don't think that I am better for that, right? I just think that that's what happened. Knowing you a bit, I have the opposite opinion. That's fair. That's fair. But people don't think of that same level. Yeah, I get that. I agree, Mix. I agree, Mix. I am with you, Mix. I think Mora is saying that I am educated but stupid, which is fair. Audience reach. You niche yourself into a content structure and template. Utter degenerate. Truest form. Utter degenerate. I don't think like anybody would describe me as a degenerate. It's like the first time I've heard somebody describe me that way. Audience reach. You niche yourself into a... Actually, no, I've heard it in some other context, but that's in a very bad way. That I do not think is... I'm not going to attribute to Mirror. Yeah, it's because it's fine and it's funny. That's because I think that's fine, but it's funny. I mean, go watch Mirabelle if you want a degen. Yeah, I was watching her this morning. I woke up early, so I got to watch some Mirabelle. She's on something. She is on something. I mean, heck, even Vex is more of a degen than I am. Oh, this is an interesting one. One of your biggest strengths are your tangents and side stories, but when I'm invested in the main plot of a talk, so for example, when a stream is not variety but focused on specific things, sometimes I just want to jump back to the main topic. I never feel this when the streams don't have an announced central topic. Interesting. Fear of air. I'm assuming this person means fear of heights. I do have a fear of heights. I'm not good with heights. And that's funny. Can't think of any. That's cute. Yeah, I mean, I'm very bad at lateral thinking. I am very bad at lateral thinking. It's like a known thing. I am good at like certain types of analysis, but there's other types of analysis that I'm quite bad at. Long streams depends. I don't know what this means. I will have to. I might be able to figure out who wrote this, but I don't know if they mean that my long streams are weak or that my streams should be longer. I don't actually know what that means, unfortunately. You are sometimes too roundabout in addressing a topic, and sometimes overuse filler words and sounds, as well as occasionally becoming disjointed from the flow of your own explanations when responding to chat. This is true. This is something that I do mess up. I wasn't sure that I was messing it up so bad. I know last stream, I was trying to answer multiple lines of questioning from chat at the same time, and I wasn't finishing my thoughts. And so that was definitely like a moment where I needed to just like close my eyes and just finish a thought. And like come back to that. You say that you're old, but your hands look like you're about 35. Pretty sus. Oh, okay, that's fair. That's very fair. Thank you, Mix. You don't need to volunteer that, but yeah, that's very fair. That's very fair. This is a very lovely compliment. This is a very, very lovely compliment. I have been aging very gracefully. I will confess. I have been aging quite gracefully. I get that by my father. My father didn't go gray until he was nearly 70. And he, he just, didn't, I moisturize, and I was genetically fortunate. I do moisturize, genetically fortunate, and I never smoked. Never smoked. I've smoked so little in my life. So those things all kind of add up to helping your skin quite a bit. Also not just moisturizing, but I drink a lot of water. I'd say I have to take a big gulp right there. So I this is just a very lovely compliment. Disguised as a roast. He's more water than man now. You appear to be easily distracted at times, which can break up the flow of conversation. This is true. This is true. This is actually kind of why I don't like to do pure just chatting streams, right? Is that if I don't have something to do with my hands or like on screen, Mura, I actually have a suspicion that you, Mura, if you don't mind, I think that you wrote this. This looks like your writing style. I do like doing just chatting, and I do view it as kind of my home turf, but turf. My home turf, I do view it as kind of my home turf, but also it's I kind of need to do something else with my hands and my vision, or else I lose, or else like I get like trapped in my own head and get too distracted. My ADHD needs like a vent. And that vent is usually like calligraphy or painting, which is my plan for today. It's calligraphy or painting or playing some sort of game that's like usually not that demanding. It's part of the reason why I really don't like. I definitely do not. This is why like I despise. Oh, I'm probably never gonna play Age of Empires on stream again. Like. Yeah, just probably not gonna do ladder AOE on stream. It's just way too frustrating to actually play AOE on stream. Whatever else is going on. So yeah, I am easily distracted. In general, I got that ADHD. I can ask a question giving me a 40-minute tangent. That happens. Yep. Yup. I mean, it's a. I feel like it's an inevitable and necessary weakness of the type of content that I'm producing, right? Of the type of person that I am, and of the other things that people find appealing about me. It's worth saying that like this is something that can be tempered. It's not something I want to completely give up on trying to work on, but also like. Also, it's just not it's just it's a thing that is going to happen if I am also going to be a person who can fill the air and keep talking and keep things moving on when nobody's chatting. This gives me a way to slap you out of tangent, you know? That's fair. I tend to think that I'm not answering a question if I am not giving a... yeah. I would say, Mura, this is why I like to keep why I have not done what Callie does. So my redeem for, like, highlight message is the, hey, teacher, I've got a question. And I don't have them on a cooldown, and they're worth only 100 points. So that's kind of why I've got them like that, right? That's kind of why they're like that, is so that, like... so they can be used for that function, of like making because then it shows up in my queue instead of in the chat feed, and so it's like double highlighted. So that's but like, again, I think it's an inevitable cost of doing business, but that doesn't mean it can't be mitigated. I do think that, like, this is a cost of... These things are kind of costs of being able to do this stuff even when there's very few people here, right? Even when there's nobody chatting for minutes at a time. I need to be able to keep on filling the air, and that's yeah, that's well, Nix, I think I know who some of those people are, and I would be I would not mind some coaching from you. But we'll talk about that later. This is an interesting one. So this is to me is the most important question. This to me is the single most important question. What moments in my streams make you want to stop watching my streams? Like, what are the click away moments? If you're wrapping around the topic, it's not giving an answer. Well, Mura, I actually value concision enormously. I actually have I place an enormously high value on concision, but this is why I'm an editor when I write. I treat just putting out lots of words to be really cheap. I think that volume of communication is cheap. It is clarity and concision and accuracy that are expensive. This is why I have so little respect for large language models, is because they are doing the cheap part at the expense of the valuable parts. So that's why I kind of have that like repeated tangent of like, I don't respect these things and I don't think they're very valuable. So this was the most important question to me, was what are the click away moments, right? To use the language term. What are the click away moments? Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between holding a value and living up to it, right? Right? That's, which sucks. Which sucks. But yeah, we do kind of have that problem. As humans. This is a basic human problem. So click away moments. Well, not just being honest, Mura, but following through. Execution is hard. Saying you want to do something and actually doing it are different things. I want to run 70 kilometers a week. I'm not running 70 kilometers a week. That is not how much I'm running these days. And I shouldn't be running that much at this point. Yes, this is very much like that arc, Kirill. Emperor's Armpits, I'm on 15 right now. I'm going to ramp it up to probably 30-ish for February, and hopefully I'll be able to keep ramping up from March onwards. I really like running. I really like running. So this is a really interesting one. So when you do certain professorial things, for instance, querying the class with a question that is clearly a setup to a pedantic point, a trick question. I don't feel like I'm setting up to particularly... I hope I'm not setting up to tricky ones or pedantic points. I think that I am... I do that because I think it's a funny bit. To be honest, I think it's a funny bit. I think it's a funny bit, and I think it's kind of funny. And I like to do it. I didn't realize it was that annoying. So that's interesting. That's actually really interesting. I was trying to work that in as a bit of a bit, a bit of a streamer quirk, but I guess it wasn't executing the way I wanted it to. See previous statement. So this would be the forehead smashing. That was the person saying forehead smashing. So far, nothing. Thank you, Kirill. Thank you, Kirill, for appreciating me. And yeah, more, I mean, the thing is, like, it's, like I said, it's easier to write a lot. Boo, I don't think I'm particularly pedantic. When you start talking about modern politics and social issues, this one's a tricky one to me. This one's a difficult one to me. Because, so I have a very distinct memory. I have a very distinct regret as a streamer. Which is November 5th. November 5th, I did a stream that was intended to just be a distraction stream because a lot of people were anxious about November 5th. For those of you not familiar with what the hell I mean, November 5th was American election night. Was our most recent American election night, and people tend to be very anxious about American elections for understandable reasons. And I ran a stream that was just like a cozy calligraphy stream to kind of distract people. And I shouldn't have done that. I should have done a stream that was, no, let's talk about it. Let's confront it, because I think that people do want that space. They do want somebody who is willing to talk about those things a little bit more directly. And cynically speaking, everyone was doing exactly my idea. I was not doing anything. I was not putting myself into a niche that made any sense. I was playing against strength. But I was also kind of depriving my community of an opportunity to talk about things that were actually bothering them and that could be talked about in a clarifying fashion. And I do actually kind of know a lot more about this than I do. I'm closer to being like expert or highly knowledgeable on these subjects than I am on, say, chemistry. So I should have. This one's tricky. Book discussions where I don't know the book. That's going to be a tricky one to deal with. I do love my book chat. I do love the book chat. But unless I limit myself to a very narrow range of books, I'm going to be putting on books that a lot of people. I'm going to be putting on books that a lot of people have not read before. I had never even heard of the book we're reading that I read for Friday. I had never even heard of it before the person before Inari proposed it to me. Never even heard of it. It turned out to be excellent. And I read it in like 2 sittings. And I'll have to reread it because I read it before Christmas. But this is going to be really hard to address other than by doing like a lot fewer book chats is kind of the only way to really address that one, unfortunately. I mean, Vex has a better one than me, unfortunately. This is very fair. If you play a game I'm interested in and don't want to spoil, that's very fair. We can, Kirill. I'm trying to figure out where I'm going with those in the medium term. If you play a game I'm interested in and I don't want to spoil, this is very fair. I don't really know what to do about this. This is just like I leave Ronan all the time. Ronan has kicked me out of her stream 3 times now. She kicked me out for mouthwashing and for Slay the Princess and for Eternal Darkness. So I guess I'm now obligated to play Eternal Darkness sooner rather than later. I actually know a VTuber who knows Chuck Tingle. Worked with Chuck Tingle, and does not have a high opinion of the man, which is interesting. But that might be some insider baseball. I don't want to talk too much about it because I don't know how much she wants that to be public knowledge, etc., etc., etc. When streams are about a central topic like book chat, I may sometimes have to leave for a while, and when I return I'm completely lost and end up leaving the stream because I can't follow the talk. That is frustrating. I don't entirely know what to do about that. That's one of those things where like I do sometimes wonder if I should do the book chats as a less interactive medium. I really love interaction. I love interacting with chat, but for the purposes of something where people need to kind of follow along on follow the discussion and it being kind of organized, it might make more sense to just record those and throw them up on YouTube. Yeah. Uh, yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the thing, Mix, is that it might just be cost of doing business. Unfortunately, I have to consider that. The interaction is, in general, kind of less important for the book chats than for the other ones. But I need to weigh that. When you end, brutal. But fair. Losing train of thought and it's just silence for a minute. This is definitely a general problem I have. This is just a true reality. Aggressively anti-political people. Yeah, I will say, I'll come back to what I was looking at here, but I'll talk to about this with Oxbecker here for a second. Politics is... everything is political at a very profound level, and a very boring level. It's a boring and stupid insight that that politics and economics underlie almost everything that you study. One of my recent books that I really liked that I read was Metropolis and Hinterland by Neville Morley. It's a 1996 book about land use patterns in ancient Rome. It's very obviously about economics, but it's also very much about politics. It's very much about politics. And so I think it's just to talk in... All right, Pickles, have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. But it's just so... I don't know how you talk about a huge range of topics without getting into the politics of them, right? Like, I don't know, like, how in the world you have more than 5 seconds to... Like, how do you talk about Metal Gear Solid for more than 5 seconds? Without getting into some sort of political thing. Like I don't know how you do that. It literally features a guy who is on both the CIA and KGB payrolls. And, like, I think Mura's largely right about it, that it's largely about... I think there's 2 elements to this. One element is what Mura said, which is a lot of times people having the fear to have the fear of expressing an opinion. And I think the other half of it is a incredibly narrow idea of what politics is. I think that there's a really narrow-minded notion of what qualifies as political, where political is just people running for elected office. Like, I've had... That's like a legal definition that I've run into. That, like, it's politics when it's a legal... when it's like when it's like you advocating for a specific person running for office. It's not politics if you argue for a specific policy position. So, for example, it would be political for me to say, I want Eric Adams to lose his re-election, but it would not be political for me to say congestion pricing is a good policy for New York City. Right? Like, that's silly. Congestion pricing rules is incredibly political, though. To back on the survey, this one is one I've been thinking about a lot, which is losing train of thought and it's just silence for a minute. This is a matter of streamer endurance, which I will admit I do think is something of a weakness of mine. I do think that I do not have as much streamer endurance as I would like to have. I would like to, yeah, congestion pricing, literally the sexiest policy. But consider, Kirill, consider public housing. But yeah, I do have a bit of a problem with streamer endurance. Matthew, I know you live around here. No, I'm so glad about the congestion pricing. But yeah, I do have a streamer endurance problem, and it usually manifests as me kind of losing track of my thoughts. That's usually like the sign that I've like really gone on too long. And I wouldn't mind if people would just tell me, like, hey, dude, you seem like you're falling apart. Like, I would not mind that, to be honest. Like, I would not mind that. I would not mind that. And I am worried about the 24-hour Dark Souls stream, for that matter. This person, when they get too many distractions, that's fair. That's fair. Rage bait streams. I feel like I've done very few rage bait streams. What are the rage bait streams I've done? Oh wait, hold on. Oh, there's an auto mod? Oh. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. No, that's fine. That's fine, Moro. It was viewers. It was viewers, Muro. It was viewers. Viewers is a common automod one because bots will come in and try to sell you viewers. See, the thing that caused Humter, I gave up on Joseph Anderson when his content became almost entirely playing JRPGs that he hated for 20 hours. Oh, brutal. Oh, Gaylord should just be allowed. Gaylord should be allowed. I'm sorry. Yeah, Gaylord should be allowed. I'm trying to think about what rage bait streams I've done. Yeah, exactly. My favorite one that I've ever gotten automodded for was Pretty Bisexual Shark. Pretty Bisexual Shark was my favorite one. Yeah, I am not doing Cage Moss. You are not going to get me into the cage. I do not need to do the cage. The world does not need me in the cage. I'm sorry, I lost track of my own thoughts. Oh, Pretty Bisexual? So what I said was the phrase, it was in Mako's chat. I said that, and it got automodded. It was really funny, and it completely derailed her for like a fairly long time. The other one that really got me was Gary. Gary gets automodded. I mean, I kind of get why Pretty Gay gets automodded, but I don't understand why Gary gets automodded. Baffling, absolutely baffling. I just think of it as like a normal white boy name. Yeah, I'm thinking about like rage bait streams I've done. I don't think I do too many rage bait streams. The probably most rage bait stream I did was Age of Empires 2 or Armored Core 6. Those are certainly the most angry I was. Certainly the most angry I was on stream. Gary Indiana does suck. I'm not gonna lie. Dark Souls was fine. I had fun. I liked that one. I was having a good time. Jules has said multiple times that the Dark Souls stream was his favorite stream that he's ever watched. The only time I did a rage bait was when I called Shrek homophobic because I was reviewing orcs on how gay they were. Incredible, Kirill. Amazing, Kirill. Let's get away from the criticism. Wow, that pixel art, Matthew, that took me forever to parse out. What moments make you more excited to watch more of my streams? when you talk excitedly about an academic topic, when you interact with people in the stream when they comment on the same. That's very lovely. That's very lovely to hear. I love the creative painting and calligraphy streams. Lovely. I think the random tangents sometimes are really fun and more people actually chat. Very good. Very good. Hearing you talk passionately about something you're interested in. That's good to know. Geek stuff like TTRPGs and wargames. Interesting. Interesting. This one's always a little bit funny to me because I am fairly knowledgeable about TTRPGs, but I actually don't play them very much anymore. Mostly because like the sort of mental energy I use for TTRPGs is it's like the same well that I'm using for streaming. So it's doesn't like make a lot. So like I kind of don't want to like go back to my RPG group. Yeah, my performance art point pool. Exactly. So that was but we're trying to get more into doing some more war games on the server, but the person who was the coach for it, Tohu Bohu, got COVID. I hope he's okay. But we have played at least one game of Trench Crusade, and I'm hoping to get in some more. But yeah, the one person who actually knows how Trench Crusade works well is sick. He's been stopping by occasionally. He said he was getting better, but then I haven't seen him in a couple days. It was pretty good. It was pretty good, Emperor's Armpits. I got completely crushed. I got slaughtered. I mean, we can do more. We can do more workshops. It actually plays really smoothly, Mix. In practice, it actually plays very, very smoothly. I don't think I was missing too many things, but it played very smoothly, very easily. I did get completely slaughtered, though. I will say that. I got completely wrecked. Mostly because of my own personal misunderstandings. My own personal misunderstandings about about not like the rules, but like the pragmatic flow of play that caused me to really underestimate what the threat range on melee things is. Like holy crap. I got extremely bowled over in melee, and I just in general did not play. There's not a VOD of it because we didn't do it on stream. We just did it on the server. We're willing to. I'm happy to do a couple more. I want to do a couple more. I don't know. I'm worried that me and Jules were the two who were like really paying attention, and I'm worried that we might not be good enough. I'd like to do another one with Tohu. Sorry. A lot of things are getting auto-modded, right? And I'm not like I'm looking at Chatterino. I'm not looking at chat proper. But yeah, I got completely. I played as Sultanate, and I did not deploy far enough back. I deployed too far forward, and Tohu was able to get his melee monster into melee contact with my front line, and that should just not have happened. They just slaughtered me. It was extreme overmatch, and my sniper got counter sniped. So like my best asset got counter sniped, and my front line got completely disassembled. Yeah, Ox has it completely fucking right. Interesting discussion, alone or with fun guests, smiley face. I mean, we've got at least two people that in the chat right now who have been guests on here. With Mix and Kirill, who have been very fun guests to have on. I've very much enjoyed having you guys on as guests, and I look forward to having you on as guests. Well, I mean, Mora, we're allowed to be political here. Why are you not playing Marvel Rivals? I have an answer for why I'm not playing Marvel Rivals right now. But aw, that's very sweet of you, Mix. Yeah. Oh, I mean, yes. Yeah, see, that's very trivial. That's very trivial. I was wondering if you had a more, I was wondering if you had like a complicated reason, around like it just being too goddamn straight. It just being too fucking straight or something like that, which would have been fair. That would have been fair. They're trying to convince me that Squirrel Girl is straight. You're trying to convince me that Ryan North Squirrel Girl is a straight woman. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. That is patently absurd. Like, no. Storm is in the game. Yeah, Storm is in the game. Yeah. Yeah, just facially, like, she has Squirrel Girl has a line about how she has a crush on Wolverine, and it's like, you cannot convince me. You cannot convince me. Like, you cannot convince me. That of all of the people in this roster, Squirrel Girl's main crush is on Wolverine. Wolverine is lesbian. There we go. Wolverine is a lesbian. There we go. Wolverine, he, him, lesbian Wolverine. I'm down with this. I am down with this. Yeah, the Squirrel Girl, and specifically the Ryan North Squirrel Girl, is bisexual. And they did go with the Ryan North Squirrel Girl, which I think is very funny. I'm never getting over that. Ryan North is such a treasure. Canada's greatest export, partially in the sense that he is its largest single person. Yeah, Loki is genderqueer. I'm trying to think about, like, but yeah, I like to imagine that magic is gay as fuck. I like to imagine that the Punisher that they went with in particular is gay. He looks like a gay dude to me. Here's subtext with Kitty. Yeah, fair enough. But they don't have Kitty in. They don't have Kitty in the game. Yeah, they do have Jeff. His name is Jeff. I do. Jeff is good. I mostly play as unsurprisingly, I mostly play as Mantis. What a surprise. This person likes my redeems. I like that. I think hard about my redeems. And I've got some more redeems to program up. I did add a quiet goodbye redeem, I think. That should be implemented. So that's a nice one to have. Oh, yep, we got the lights flipped. I do need to spend some... I'm going to revalue... I am going to revalue the redeems because I like having the redeems be important dates in history, but plenty of people find it really annoying. So I get why people aren't into that. I get why people aren't into that, but I like them. He birthed a fucking horse. But yeah, so I do think about these, but also the other part I want to kind of like rethink is that some of my redeems are permanent toggles, and some of my redeems are timers. And I just gotta think about that, right? Like, that doesn't feel... Am I wrong? Am I wrong on thinking that, like, I should have either, like, all toggles or all timers? Like, that feels more... I don't know. My symmetry brain wants there to be symmetry, and right now it's kind of chaos. Jeff is... Hello, Fancy Soups. Hello, Fancy Soups. So, Matthew, to your point about Jeff the Shark being the most hated character, it depends a little bit. Hawkeye is extremely hated and extremely deserves it. Oh, why is Jeff the most hated? Why is Jeff the most hated? Mostly because Jeff's ult grabs people. It grabs people and then Jeff gets to carry them. And so you can grab like the entire opposing team and throw them into the abyss. And it feels really freaking annoying to know that you are dead for like 20 seconds before you die. Not 20 seconds, but even like 5 seconds. The small hitbox does not help, but it is mostly that his ult feels really bad when he kills you. That's a huge part of it. Yeah, he's really hard to kill. That said, I think Hawkeye is probably the most hated character in large. Jeff is the most annoying, but Hawkeye is like genuinely hateable. I despise Hawkeye. Oh, there's a certain kind of character that makes sense. Yeah. Hawkeye is widely and very reasonably hated because the hitbox on his he has a one-hit kill on a hitbox that is like the size of a car. My man is hucking logs. He is a more broken version of Hanzo than I've ever remembered Hanzo being in any version of Overwatch. Yeah, he's bad. He's badly made. They shouldn't have made Hawkeye, period, the way they did. It's a bad choice, and it's impossible to balance because either it's one shot and is incredibly powerful, or it's not a one shot and he's worthless. I think they've really fucked themselves on that one. But this is not Marvel's rival discussion right now. This is me discussion. We're in the narcissism hour right now. So when you give hot takes, when you start deconstructing common sense or questioning social norms, like when you said honesty is an overrated virtue. Yeah, nice. I love when you have a good back and forth with chat. Hell yeah. I love it. When you bribe me, honest. I don't know how I've bribed anybody, but honest. More of a general vibe. Staying on topic. Silly games, coziness. Silly games. Huh. What do I play that's silly? Gotta think about this one. What do I play that's silly? I haven't done that one yet. I'm really looking forward to King of Dragon Pass, to sharing King of Dragon Pass with you guys. I love King of Dragon Pass. I actually recently did a run of 6 Ages where I maxed out the magic stat. It was all magic all the time. Just being bad at everything in the game other than magically summoning millions of cows out of the thin air. Actually a pretty strong run. It was a pretty fun run to do a run of 6 Ages where I lost like 90% of battles. But sorry. I'm just trying to think about like what I've played that's silly. Like mouthwashing? Is mouthwashing silly? Oh, Majesty. Majesty's silly. Majesty is silly. I have played Majesty. Majesty is silly. And maybe they're talking about like when I do like the puzzles. When I do my little puzzles, when I do my Tradles and my Wordles and my Flag Dokus, maybe those are silly. Those are silly. Viewer participation, funny redeems the voice. I love Redactyl, man. I love Redactyl. What a game. What a king of a game. Pretty much whenever you get on a roll about a topic or get a really good back and forth going with your chat or a guest. Your extremely obvious ability to bring substance to most conversations and excellent conversation skills serve you extremely well here. Very sweet. Very sweet. Very sweet. I don't know, lots. When you get on a topic you're very knowledgeable about, that's very nice. Deep and interesting conversation with collab partners. There are some collab partners I really should be talking about bringing back. There are some that I should be talking about bringing back. We are about to hit one of the most surprising things here. So, This is not surprising to me. I had people rank my recurring content by how much they like it. So calligraphy, not surprising. 9 out of 17 responses rated it as their favorite. People like the calligraphy. People are really into the calligraphy, and a further 4 rated it as their second favorite. So 13 people put in their top 2. A super majority of it's a super majority. A super majority, because it would be 12 out of 18 would be a super majority. So 13 out of 17 is a super majority, is a solid super majority. Rated calligraphy as their first or second favorite. And nobody put it lower than 4th. Wow. Nobody put it lower than 4th. I kind of want to dig into who this person is. It's interesting. It's interesting. Because it doesn't necessarily actually do the strongest numbers. But that's not surprising. I did know that. I was expecting that. People like the calligraphy. Book club. 3 people listed book club as their favorite, which is neat. But more people listed as their second, third, and fourth favorites than listed as their first favorites. And 1 person put it towards the bottom. 5 is pretty low. 5 is pretty low. 5 is getting into the negatives. So this is interesting to see. Book club. I am very enthusiastic about book club. I am very, very enthusiastic about the book club. And a lot of that is because of my I do wonder about that. I do wonder about that. Sorry to totally clarify. I wonder if book club might not be influenced heavily by audiences not always being interested in the book in question or books in the abstract. I was kind of taking a bit of a gamble that people would learn to care about books in the abstract. I really enjoyed it for being a good excuse to get lots of interesting collab partners on and like talk to people who I might not otherwise talk to. I usually don't have the books known until the schedule goes up, Matthew. That's a lot of what's going on. So like that's kind of like I don't even know what the book is for next week. I might not have one, but I don't even know what it's going to be for next week. If it's the person who I think I'm going to get for next week, they still haven't said which book they particularly want to do. So I can't even answer that more than before the week in advance. This is actually the first time that you've had more than a week's notice about the book club, because of the fact that we got delayed so many damn times. Because this book club was originally supposed to be like mid-December, and we just got hit with so many delays. So I have gotten the suggestion to space out the book chats more, rather than doing them nearly every week, to do them like once a month. That's true, Mix. I might want to talk to. I know another streamer who does a book club, and I might talk with them about how they handle it. Because actually, I know several. Niano, for example, is one who does a book club. I am mostly counting on accepting that people won't know the book going in, and that part of the business of doing the book chat is that we familiarize readers with enough of the book to understand what the rest of what we're talking about is. So that's a bit of a gamble. I don't think it's always paid off, if I'm completely honest. I think I've definitely screwed the pooch on it several times and had just fully incomprehensible book chats, and that's just a risk. That's just a risk. This was the most surprising thing to me. I'm going to be honest with you. Out of every single thing that came up in this entire questionnaire, this was the number one most surprising thing. 6 people put other hand cams as their favorite part of my content. Holy crap. I do need to double check if I did the radio buttons on this right, because it does seem like but yeah, mini painting is rated much higher than I expected it. This rated much higher than I expected it. I thought that mini painting was always like everybody's second choice after, if like I wasn't doing calligraphy. I thought that this was going to rate much lower. I thought it was going to rate much lower. So I was very surprised by this, very pleasantly too. People like the minis. People like the minis. Spooky games. Spooky games are also rated. Spooky games are highly divisive. Spooky games are highly divisive. Spooky games rated highly divisively. I like doing my spooky games. But yeah, they rated very. These are very divisive. This was an interesting one. Thoughtful games tends to not be people's favorite pick. Yeah, when horror, I've said this a lot, like even before I did any horror games. I actually spent a long time kind of lamenting the fact that I felt kind of jealous of the horror streamers. That I felt very jealous of people like, of the various horror streamers, because I feel like horror hits from the streamer perspective. Hey, George! Hello, George! George, DM me. I haven't been able to find your fucking DMs. I'm jealous of the spooky games, people, because they are, they hit a very cool midpoint, a very cool maxima for streamers. They hit a very cool point for streamers where if you're a game specialist, right? Like, let's say you're an Apex specialist. Let's say that Apex is your game. That means you've got a built-in community. You've got a built-in community of people who like Apex, who are going to show up to the Apex category. You can collab with other Apex people, etc., etc., etc. But the problem is that you're stuck to one game. And meanwhile, if you're a variety streamer like me, it's hard to find other people who are talking about the same type of content as you, who you can do collabs with. It's hard, like, you can't count on any of your categories doing anything. Horror streamers hit a really exciting point where they get the benefits of both. They get the best of both worlds. Honestly, Mix, during flavor, when I see like a flavor of the month thing going around, I will like flat out go into a couple of people's chats and just be like, hey, do I need to not be spoiled on this? Like, I will just flat out ask Bodega and Ronan if they're playing a flavor of the month game. I'm like, hey, does this need to be spoiled? Like in their chats. So like, Lex Parte. Oh, Lex Parte I'd heard of. I haven't actually. I need to watch their stuff. I need to watch their stuff more. Lex Parte. I think I might follow them. I just might not be catching them. Yeah, I'm following Lex Parte. I'm already following Lex Parte. Yeah. Good sign when like I get told to like follow somebody who I'm already following. Always neat. Always neat when that happens. So let me get back to what I was looking at. Yeah, follow XQC. Sure. Yeah, sure. That sounds like a great idea. Thank you, George. Thank you for your suggestion, George. I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. If people don't already know, Mix hates XQC. Thoughtful games. I love Slay the Princess. I think that in terms of games where I was on the ball and like really interesting and having a really like top tier Almantas linking what is on screen to actual thoughts and like engaging with it, that was Slay the Princess. That was like the top tier one for me. Slay the Princess was incredible. I was so into it. I was so happy playing Slay the Princess. I love Slay the Princess. Slay the Princess was, I think, it was some of my best streaming. I think it was some of my best streaming I've ever done. Games I'm bad at. Nobody put games I'm bad at the top, and this is something that I've talked a bit about with a couple of people. I've talked with a couple of people about this. This is kind of something I find really interesting. This is something I find really, really interesting. That so I've put it down as games I'm bad at. Yeah, Slay the Princess is a peak Almantas game, absolutely. And so with games I'm bad at, I'm actually usually having a pretty good time. Me being good or bad at a game is not usually that big of a determinant of how I am having as a time. But, so I was talking with Nagi about this, for example. I love Nagi. Nagi is an amazing friend. She's incredible, and she's an incredible streamer. Nagi's chat wants to destroy her. They want to see her fail at every turn. And this is partially like the persona that she leans into. I think that there's a gendered element to this that is hard to discount. But like it's definitely like part and parcel of why she is the way she is and what she is doing as a streamer, is that like people want to see her destroyed. And I can't really milk that from you guys. You guys like to see me win. It's weird. You guys see the old man and you want him to successfully cross the street. You don't want to throw Hans Moleman down the stairs. Yeah, I'm not a heel. That's true. That's true. I'm not a heel, and which a lot of streamers are. And I don't know. You guys just seem to want to watch the silly old man succeed. It's you know, it's I don't know what to say about it other than that. I was kind of expecting at least one person to rate things like Dark Souls highly. I know that Emperor's Armpits loved the Dark Souls stream. It is ageist. It's ageist in my favor, George. The Twitch chatter yearns for the old man. And the and yeah, that totally threw me off because I thought that was funny. I thought that was funny. I know Emperor's Armpits and Jules have both said that Dark Souls was like their favorite stream they've ever watched. I do know a real life friend who told me that he was trying to watch my stream and he had to give up after an hour, so there's that. But I was expecting, Mix, there is going to be a 24-hour Dark Souls stream in, I don't know when. Probably sooner rather than later. I want to get it done before the end of February. I want to get it done before the end of February. I want to give at least a week's notice, and I want it to be before the end of February. So it's going to be coming pretty soon, I think. I might do it at the end of February. But there's something to the timing of that I need to think through. I've never seen anyone refuse the manipulations of Miyazaki like you did. That's good. That's good. I like to know that I'm hard to manipulate. And so this was also slightly surprising, but not particularly. Strategy games being put, nobody put strategy games as a number one choice. Which mostly tells me that Livinson did not answer my survey, which I'm okay with. I do not think Livinson watches my streams. He has certain biases. I'm not terribly surprised that they were this high. I don't tend to play strategy games on stream as much. I've definitely been trending away from them for the last year. They started off as my main form of content back in 2023. They were my main form of content, but I got I don't know. I found them somewhat unsatisfying to stream as a streamer. I do enjoy streaming Europa more than I enjoy playing it, and I might, when Civ 7 comes out, I might get into streaming that. I was putting things off until that came out. So, but because I don't own all of the Civilization DLC, and I just did not want to have like streams repeatedly where people are like, why don't you have all the DLC? And it's like, well, because I'm cheap. So Civ 7 is going to be coming out soon, and I might play that on stream. I probably will not play it for the first couple weeks because, good lord, do I not want to play release date games? Good gravy. So, which of my non-recurring content are you most excited? Is the most exciting for you to see more of? Are so wise. Yeah, exactly. I do have terrible vision. It's true, Kari. I was expecting you to time that with taking away my glasses. And Ak Oe, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, all these games kind of need some time to cook, and it can be hard to say like whether or not that's a good idea or not, because I think that at this point in history, Against the Storm is incomprehensible to new players. It was already bad at start, and it's only become more difficult to follow as they've added more content to it, the way that they've added the content to it. I do kind of want to play Endless Space. I do kind of want to play Endless Space on stream. I do kind of want to do that. I have played about half an hour of Disco Elysium, Kari. It's one of those ones I'll get around to. People have been trying to get me to play Disco Elysium since at least 2019. People have been pushing it really hard on me since it released. My main drinking buddy in New York was an early proselytizer. Was like a very early proselytizer. I know enough about the writing to comment on the writing. Honestly, there's a specific the one I really want to play. There's something specific that has to happen, but there's one I really want to play on stream, which is I really want to play Pentiment on stream, but there's something very specific that has to happen for that to happen. I have a very specific plan for. I've streamed Pentiment before, and then I ran into a problem with streaming Pentiment, and then I have a very specific solution for it that I need to implement. So Pentiment might be coming. Pentiment is like one of my favorite written games, and I think Meredith Gran is one of my favorite written games of all time. The dev is, I think she's streaming. I think she's live right now. Or did she end stream? She ended stream. Meredith Gran was streaming her dev. She's been streaming dev of Perfect Tides. Perfect Tides is Mix, you would react really strongly to Perfect Tides. It's about being isolated and terminally online in the early 2000s. It's some real shit. Perfect Tides is incredible. Which of my non-recurring Yeah, which of my not... It's written by Meredith Grant. Mix. I like... The fact that Meredith Grant wrote a video game should strike terror. Should strike terror into people's hearts. Should strike terror into people's hearts. This is a firm evidence that I screwed up the way I set up the radio buttons. I thought I set the radio buttons so that you could only have one number 1, one number 2, one number 3, and one number 4. So there should be an equal number of number 4s as number 1s, and that is not true, so I screwed up. Significant design flaw in my survey. Yeah, annoying. It should have been exclusive. I thought I set it up to be exclusive, and it turns out I did not. That's a technical foul on my part. So this is not surprising at all. People like the lectures; they're just very, very intensive. So I tend to stall out on them very hard. Gaming collabs. This one's a little bit disappointing to me. That I'm not too surprised, right? Because this is not like the most exciting at an authentic level, at a basic level. Because, like, everybody does gaming collabs. However, gaming collabs have some very significant advantages for me as a content creator, which is they get me in front of other people's audiences, and they get me talking with people, and we can use the game to carry some of the weight of what we're doing. You know, this is kind of the thing about just chatting as a conceit and as a construct, is that when you're just chatting, you are responsible for 100% of the content. You are the only person who is doing anything. I mean, me and Nando, I need to talk. We're probably gonna do another one soon. I love my Nando collabs. I love collabing with Nando. Those ones are peak. And my this is true, Mix. That's actually a good point. It is. I will say that there's actually a deeper flaw. There's a more profound flaw in the entire design of this survey. And hello, Big Mistaka. Welcome in. There's an even more profound flaw underneath this entire survey, which is that the person whose opinion that I care the most about is the opinion of somebody who doesn't actually watch me already. That's the big problem. That is the big fundamental flaw in this, is that this is almost kind of tautological. Like I said at the top, when I did time zone analysis, and the time zones that came up were basically the time I start plus about 4 hours. So, like, yeah, the people who like to watch me the most like to watch me during the times they were already watching me, because they're already the people who watch me. So all I discovered from that line of questioning was that the people who watch me watch me. So it's a huge problem with it, but it is also, unfortunately, a thing that you just kind of have to accept. Whereas, again, the person whose opinion I care the most about is a person who would hypothetically like my content but hasn't been exposed to it yet. That's the actual most important person to me for trying to make future plans. I am making the what Hume called the inductive fallacy, that I am assuming that the past is going to be like the future, which is a huge fallacy for anybody doing content creation. It's a huge problem for content creators. In general, in life, you just can kind of accept the inductive fallacy. That is to say, the induction fallacy is that, like I said, it's assuming that the past is going to be like the future. That every time I have drank water, I have felt refreshed. And so I'm just assuming that water is going to be hydrated into the future. I'm just making that assumption based on nothing other than hope. And that's a bad basis, right? That's a fundamentally bad basis. For things like physics, we just kind of have to accept it because we do so many repeat experiments, blah, 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 blah. But for content creation, the one thing that we have known, it's also, I mean, also the alternative to holding that fallacy is complete insanity, right? Like, that's the big problem, is that if you don't hold that fallacy, the world becomes completely insane. It just becomes incredibly hard to interact with the external world. Uh, yeah, it's living in fear as we all should. Uh, one of those things that we do know from content creation is that any previously held advice is not good. Is intrinsically bad. A really obvious one. I shouldn't say a really obvious one. A good joke about this was from Super Eye Patch Wolf. That if Super Eye Patch Wolf, noted multi-million follower YouTube channel, subscriber YouTube channel, were to give you advice about how to get big, based on what he did. If you wanted to mimic his success, the way that you would mimic his success is you would make long-form video essays analyzing shonen manga and publish them 8 years ago. Real problem there, right? Real problem there. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Mix. It's yeah. 8 years ago is both crucial and a huge problem. It's a huge problem for the entire process. Yeah. So, gaming collabs have some advantages to me, but mostly they are mostly it's that they're kind of lazy. Is why I was like, oh, people don't want to see me doing more gaming collabs. Retro, I was kind of surprised that Retro was kind of a lukewarm response on Retro. Exactly, George. George knows his business. George knows the lemon business. I was kind of surprised by Retro, because it made so much sense to me as like old man doing old man things. George, did you make that one? did you make it the Nyano Insane? Yeah, the retros being this low was kind of a little bit surprising, but shouldn't be that surprising to me. Because like the retro games kind of compete with the retros kind of compete with handcam streams. So like I get why they place kind of low. And then studying streams, yeah. Having good content without associated personality. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. And it does seem that people are here for me to be the old man who does old man things. So yes, I have been holding off on the fact that I need to use the bathroom very, very badly. So I'm going to use the bathroom, and when we get back, I'll do a little bit of a cap off on this, and then I will do some painting, but probably not super long because I do have an 8 o'clock meeting. So, I will be back in a few minutes. Enjoy the fan art. All right, all right. I am back, chat. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. So, where I guess I was going with all of that was that I don't think it's going to change too. Oh, hello, Lowen. Hello, Lowen. So looking over all of this, the biggest thing I kind of got out of this is that people enjoy the mini painting a lot more than I thought they did. People enjoy the mini painting a lot more than I thought they did. And I, of course you were. And that reminds me that I do need to do the whoop, not the one I want to grab. The one I want to grab. I do need to do the learning how to knit stream. I do need to do the learning how to knit stream. I need to line up the tutor for that. I need a tutor. I need a teacher. Because I've tried to learn how to knit on stream before and it was very frustrating and I could not get anything done. But that will be happening one of these days. Hopefully by the end of the month. That would be nice. That would be nice if I could do it by the end of the month. But yes. So that was kind of the most surprising thing to me, was seeing how much people liked those hand cams. Spooky games being very divisive is not too surprising to me. Strategy games being at the bottom. And I was actually surprised by this one too. That was very polarizing. The bad games, the low skill games was very polarizing. Those all surprised me. But, so yeah, this didn't really change too many of my thoughts. This kind of confirmed a lot of the things I pretty much already believed to be true. And so I'm not too freaked out or surprised by any of that. Actually, you know what? This was kind of, this made me feel more comfortable doing what I want to do today. Which was, painting a miniature. This miniature I've already worked on a bit. This was the one that I worked on when Nagi was on here. Let's see about this. So, move the camera back a little bit, and up a little bit. Somewhere around here, and let's get my keyboard out of the danger zone. Get my keyboard out of the danger zone. I need to clean my room right now. My room has become very chaotic as of late. So this model is mostly painted up. I think I did the verdigris a little bit too intensely, looking at it now. And the skin not intensely enough. I should have done more intensity on the skin. Thank you, George. And so let's get started on this one. So one of the parts that I did not have these were still in the mail. These arrived 2 days after I did the collab with Nagi. I've got a set of 4 Vallejo reds, one of which is not very red at all. And yeah, I'm gonna let's get started on. Yeah, it was a set of 4 reds. It was Scarlet, Hot Orange, Orange Fire, and Sunset Orange. These were the ones that were still in the mail when Nagi was coming. I still feel like a total noob on this stuff, so bear with me. The shield does feel pretty nice. The shield does feel pretty nice. The pauldron also feels pretty nice. We're just doing a single pauldron. I might do a little bit more highlighting on it. This needs the metal layers applied. This needs its metal layers applied. I was doing the metal layers last. But I'm actually going to start off with the with the guy, because I didn't do any of the cloth layers for the dude. For the soldier. I didn't do any of his cloth layers. So, let's start with the reds. And let me... The brush is very stiff right now. Hopefully it'll get warmed up in a minute. And just applying the deep base. The main base layer, right? And if anybody is wondering, this is an undead Roman legionnaire, because Conquest, the last argument of kings, made the very good decision to do undead Roman Empire, which is a classic pairing, right? That's a classic pairing. They are hardly the first people to do it. There will certainly not be the last people to do it. And I think it's a good pairing. I think it's a good pairing that tastes great together. Yeah, Airmore marches forever. Exactly. Exactly. I don't know when I'm ever going to get around to playing this game. Because we're only just learning Trench Crusade on the server recently. And let's get this, soften up my paintbrush a little bit more. Yeah, it's a little bit softer. That's better. That's better. That's better. Yeah, paint's a little bit wet there, but that's fine. That's fine. I think I can work with that. I can work with that. And so I don't know when I'd ever get around to playing this game. I like the ideas behind a lot of the rules. Alright, I really like a lot of the ideas behind the rules. Notably, I really like that the... you don't even deploy your armies element. I think that's really cool. I think that that's very, very cool and very innovative, and I think it demands a lot of respect as a thing to do with your gameplay. It's a very bold choice. Let's get in here a little bit more. Yeah. One of the games that I've always really respected is the War Games series, and I think that they didn't lean hard enough into the element of war game where you shouldn't start off where like you need to like deploy your forces as the battle wears on. I think that you deploy a far too large percentage of your force in the starting. I think they could have leaned a lot harder into a mechanic that they developed, but then just kind of like only half-assed. Oh, son of a... Oh, okay. Oh, I was worried that part of the model broke there. No, just one of the magnets fell off. I can fix that. There are a lot of people in Queens that want to play Trench Crusade. Fair. Though I'm kind of... Queens doesn't usually have as big of a... Is there any big wargaming shop up in Queens? People tend to think of the Brooklyn Strategy, which I think is owned by an asshole. If I recall correctly. I think that's my recollection. I don't want to say any more than that because I can't remember off the top of my head. I thought it was Brooklyn Strategist. You would probably know better than I would because I don't do things in person. I don't want to slander the name of the business if I've got it mixed up with one of the other ones. There's like 3 board gaming stores that are like of any prominence in this city. And I know at least one of them. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean, it is kind of worth noting that this is a pretty, hostile environment for collecting miniatures. Right? Like it's a pretty, in general, like board gaming miniatures, pretty hostile environment, just because like nobody has any space. It's just a very tight, a lot of tight living situations, right? So like I'm being kind of insane by even doing like as much as I've been doing. Let's see something here. Yeah, I think the cool light's actually more realistic. Closer to true colors. Let's just get the skirt layered up a little bit. And let's get the front of here. And then get the head. And I always find this to be a nice method for relaxing. Definitely thinking about things that Nagi was telling me when I was painting with her last. That she kept on saying that the way that GW paints yeah, Matthew, it's just yeah, exactly. It's like, that's, you know, how does a game shop compete with like a jazz club, right? Where it's much more expected for people to spend a lot on alcohol. New York is a very theater-centric type of culture, which has been my hypothesis for why I feel like VTubers and streamers in general are pretty underrepresented. I should say New Yorkers are underrepresented among VTubers and streamers on a population basis. There's like literally more people live here than like in the country of Sweden, right? We're like a quarter the size of the entire country of Canada, and there's definitely not 1/4 as many New York VTubers as are Canadian. And I think a lot of it is because New Yorkers are, if you're a theatrically inclined, if you're a performing arts inclined person from New York, you are not lacking for options. You are not lacking for options at all. Yeah, right. There are other things that go into like which cultures get represented in streaming. And there's definitely like network effect elements to it, right? Particularly network effects that really bias in favor of English-speaking countries. And there's some other big ones. Like, I mean, like, one of those big ones that gets pointed out that's been pointed out like very well, very, very repeatedly, is the effectiveness of social welfare programs on promoting the arts. It's not really much of a coincidence that British cultural relevance fell off a goddamn cliff, starting with Margaret Thatcher. But yeah, for New York, for the uses of space around here, it's a lot of comedy clubs and a lot of nightclubs and a lot of jazz clubs. I think those in general kind of require less space at a basic physical level than like a board game store. And they tend to involve more drinking. I'm not shaming that. I drink. But they do that does cost, that does involve more money. Yeah, Jersey is in general going to be more friendly on both of those fronts. More friendly to both LARPers and to more friendly to LARPers, more friendly to gaming stores. I have definitely spent more time in gaming stores in Jersey than in New York City. Alright, and let's get you up here. Let's get a nice little red base layer up here. So here's a question, right? Here's a question for the chat. This guy has these armbands. This guy has these armbands. Do you think they're supposed to be insignia armbands or just or like armored armbands? Because to me they look like an insignia. Because they're too thin. They're not at a reasonable place for putting armor or for putting something designed to like ward off blows. So I'm inclined to paint them red. Because like otherwise they make like no sense. Otherwise, like what are they doing there? But they look leathery based on the material. Yeah, well, they look leathery based on the material. I am inclined to make them red, but I would even say like unit, right? Like unit armbands. Let's get you a little bit wet. And deload a little bit. And reload a little bit. In there. I might have done them in metallics if I'd done them earlier, because at least that would be armor. I mean, it's possible. I mean, there's a bunch of things about these that don't make sense from a, like, war fighting perspective, right? Like, it's... or at least, like, they don't have an obvious... inspiration from anything historically attested to that I am familiar with from Roman arms and equipment, which is reasonable. I'm not exactly an expert. Good call. Good call. I always forget about this part. This is for Conquest. This is for Conquest, not Trench Crusade. This is for Conquest. Conquest, Last Argument of Kings. This is Conquest. This is not Trench Crusade. Trench Crusade does not have undead ancient Romans. Most of Trench Crusade is a mix of extremely Christian guys and literal demons. The literal forces of hell. Conquest factions are weird. They're like orcs riding dinosaurs. And libertarian alien invaders. I do still want to try out Saga one of these days. They can revive dead Roman states. That's true. I mean, I think Trench Crusade is trying to be somewhat grounded, kind of for a faction for a game that involves the literal forces of. I didn't even say grounded, but focused. I should say focused might be the word. Which I think is a strength. I do tend to maintain that Infinity never should have had the combined armies. I think the combined armies completely just wreck like the sense of scale for the game and the like intended feel for the game. Whereas Conquest is kind of like, like maximalist high fantasy, right? And let's get in here. And the only hard miss was the Dino Works. Do you not like the Dino Works? I'm not sure what you mean by the only hard miss. I think the Dino Works are cool. I just don't want to play them. I look at the factions in Conquest and it's like, I just like immediately got enamored with the undead Romans. Just no question in my mind. I was like, oh, let's do this. Let's do this. Undead Romans. I think I'm gonna do these armbands in red because otherwise I can't make this make any goddamn sense. I think the Australian dinosaurs are cool as heck, but like I said, just married to this faction was like a very quick, like, oh yeah, this is the faction to go with. Let's get in here and just do little thin layers, little thin layers. Keep the brush controlled. And yeah, this feels like the right choice. You can't put armored tokes around your swinging arm. Like, it's not going to work at all. And let's get in here. Let's go in there. Hello, Punderful Owl. Good to see you. Good to see you. How are you doing today? Let's get in here. Just doing a little bit of mini painting. Just doing a little bit in here. I'm figuring that these bands around the weapon-bearing bicep were not really intended to be armor, because that, like, if they're armor, that means they're highly rigid, which means they won't really attach properly there. And also, then if they are attaching at all, then you can't swing your weapon arm, which is kind of a problem for the whole, like, you know, not getting killed by somebody who's trying to kill you thing. Like, you need to present at least some kind of threat to your opponent. And let's get in here. Yeah, I don't know. I find this very meditative, right? I find this very meditative. Yeah, we were talking about Zazen earlier. And, you know, I didn't really intend it this way, obviously, because I didn't know the answer. I didn't know the answer going into that redactyl. Didn't know. Yeah, absolutely. I fully agree. And I enjoy it a lot, right? That's a lot of, like, why I enjoy doing this. And it's why I'm happy to do this for other people. Is like, I'm enjoying getting in here, and let's and particularly I enjoy trying to do, like, precise layering, right? I particularly enjoy and yeah, to your point, Punderful Owl, I don't know what they're trying to be holding here. This looks like it's supposed to be like a giant, I think a Falx might be the most likely, because the whole kind of point of this faction is that they are, like, even old, that they are, like, considerably older than the other factions. I've kind of gone with their metal being bronze, even though they're, like, Roman Legion. But I'm like, you know what, screw it. Screw it, this is a fantasy setting. Let's get some total ahistoricity up in here. And so I was thinking of it kind of like a Kopesh. A bit like a Kopesh. So that's kind of how I was thinking of that one. Hello, Tohu! Hello, Tohu! How are you doing today? Are you feeling better? Second time I just flat out dropped the model. like a big fool. Mm-hmm. It does look like a kukri. Walking pneumonia? No, my dude. I do not like to hear those words coming out of your mouth at this moment. Please feel better. I know that whether or not you're watching my stream or not isn't really going to change that very much. So me trying to kick you out of the stream isn't really going to matter. But still, prioritize your health, my friend. We were actually just talking about how we need you to get healthier so we can get some more Trench Crusade workshops. That's not true. What's not true? Aw, that's very sweet. That's very sweet of you. That's very sweet of you to say. I'm just doing some model painting. I'm just doing some... Oh, okay. I got freaked out there for a second. Yeah, I think the red armbands was the right choice. I think the red armbands was extremely the right choice. Yeah, please, man. No, your priority is your health. Your priority is your health. The priority needs to be on feeling better, on getting better, on... You know, on recovery. Because if you don't have your health, you don't have... if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. My actual favorite quote from Princess Bride. And let's see. So I'm wondering if I can do highlights with just this orange. With just this next darkest layer of orange. And not doing anything else. Let's make sure I'm on camera right here. Okay. So let's start with the front cloth. Okay, I'm gonna have to take off my glasses for this. It's a little bit more loaded on. Trying to figure out if this is too subtle or not subtle enough. That's always the trouble with doing highlighting, right? Is like it's very hard to tell if you're like if you're like launching past highlighting and into just like clown show, or if it's not making a difference at all. I suppose it's one of those things that's just going to have to come with practice, right? Like I just don't. I'm just not experienced enough to know. Which is a funny thing, right? It's a funny thing for me to be feeling. Like the problem is a lack of experience on my part. I mean, it happens all the time, right? There's all sorts of things that I feel inexperienced about. Uh, oh. And so, you know, it's kind of rare for me to have that experience, but, you know, I shouldn't say it's rare for me to have that experience. It's discordant with my branding to have that experience, but I do have it all the time. And let's get in here a little bit more, because it's a little bit too discontinuous up at the top. Hello, Joykuchi. Hello, Joykuchi. How are you doing today? Yeah, it's good to see you. It's good to see you. This might actually, I don't know, this actually feels like it worked pretty well. I think it actually worked pretty well. I think that actually worked pretty well. So let's, I'm going to have to be very, there's less guidance on anywhere else. Kind of find sketching, days off, I can only find motivation for rig study. Only cannot found, right? Oh, that is a trouble. I am sorry. I was like, if you can only find the motivation for rig study, that's excellent, man. Like I was like, oh man, if you could, I think about doing rig studies, because rigging is so expensive. Rigging is just so frigging expensive. And so that just like, it's like, oh man, if you can, like, just save your own money doing I mean, this is the first time I've touched anything in almost a month, Matthew, so don't feel too bad. Admittedly, you are more of a wargamer than I am, and I am deliberately slow. Studiously slow, right? Not even, like, normal slow. I am slow. I wouldn't even say to a fault, but to a purpose. Art also is not... yeah, I'm sorry, Jokuchi. I mean, the thing is, like... the thing is, of course, like, it's, it's just such a challenge. I don't know what to say about finding motivation, right? It's such a challenge. I know that for me, it's fairly frequent that, like, I will go through, like, a week and I will basically write, like, enough stuff, like, enough, like, raw words to keep me going for, like, a year afterwards. Gotta get some of this off. Yeah, put on too much red there. Too much orange there. Yeah, it can be a real pain in the neck. Yeah, but of course, like there's forms of there's things you can do with your art that don't particularly require inspiration. Really, like writing is the art form I know better, right? And good, solid editing work. A lot of the work you do as an editor, like, doesn't really require you to be particularly inspired. Like, you just kind of do it. You can do it like half asleep, and you just kind of chug along. I don't know if there's something like that for you with the type of art that you do. Yeah, there's things that hit you in moments of profound inspiration. And then there's stuff that you just gotta keep plugging away at. Yeah. That's fair. I wish I could remember who it was. There's some French academic who passed away maybe 5-6 years ago, I think. And his intellectual course was like, he had one moment of profound inspiration in his early 20s, and then he spent 70 years spinning it out. You know, like the joke is, it was like the ideal way to be an academic is to just the one moment of inspiration, and that produces the necessity to work for 70 more years off of that one idea. Which, you know, most of us don't get that luxury or that inspiration, right? Most of us are not going to experience anything like that. In fact, as far as I know, only the one guy got it. Yeah. Nerd verdict. Nerd verdict. Is this looking pretty? This looks pretty sick on my end. As a cloth. What's the nerd verdict? More. It's down with the sickness. Vibrant is not necessarily what I'm going for, but interesting or effective is what I'm hoping for. Which I'm probably gonna put a little bit of a wash on it to downtone it a little bit. Too much time stuff, not worth it. That does suck, Joey Cucci. That's definitely a thing that people experience. Yeah. I think that once I get some sort of dark ink wash on it. That's fair. That's good. That's good. I guess I'm kind of specifically asking about, like, is the highlight effect working? Or is it too much? Let's hit the armband over here. This orange is being kind of tricky for this purpose. Just kind of having trouble getting it to come out at the levels of pressure that I actually want to apply. I guess, like, working with paper mediums has made it, like, my idea of, like, how much pressure I need to apply to things very, very light. Alright, let's get in here. Oh, that's a screw up. That's a... There we go. Alright. And then we gotta get the crest. Gotta do some highlighting on the crest, which means I need the brush to be pretty deloaded. Relatively dry. I say as I apply the brush pretty wet. And let's get in here. And let's see. There's some stuff on here that's just, like, still just, like, not painted in a meaningful fashion that I need to... I do not know what the hell is happening with these sandals, if I'm being completely honest. What in the world is happening with them? Are they, like... Are they, like, lamellar? like, it was like not sandals at all, but like lamellar quasi-plate shoes that don't cover the toes. Like, what is happening? Does not even make the slightest lick of sense. I just realized that like the color looks substantially brighter on the camera than it does in real life. This is closer to true. This is closer to true colors. Yeah, I am baffled by this decision. I am baffled by this choice. Are they supposed to be metallic? Are they supposed to be shoes? Are they supposed to be... Am I supposed to be, like, painting on the interior of those? Like, what is happening? They do not make any sense to me. Let's get some of these paints back out here. Some Pulganies. The greens. What I'm really looking for is just a simple, crude brown. Let's get you. Make sure that you're very deloaded. I might need fresh water. Yeah, I need fresh water. I need fresh water. I'll be back in a jiffy. I need fresh water for the water can. All right. All right. I'm back. I'm back. Hmm. I'm just futzing around a little bit. With the music, with my back end. So let's get you loaded up. And place you on the palette. And there's a couple places that just need to be leather. Of course, I'm realizing that Mornfang on a mahogany backing is still just going to look like wood. Of course, now that I'm painting on these greaves, on chausses, they kind of look like they're like riveted into place on the person, which is insane. That doesn't make any sense. I might just be hoping that people don't look too hard back here, but I think that there's a better way to have done this. But I would have had to have done it last time when I was doing flushes. And now we gotta get this absolutely silly number of pouches. This extremely silly belt. It's just utterly silly mode belt. What's going on here? Because one of those things like we've gotten used to from modern contexts is these like adventurers belts, right? These adventurers belts have a bajillion pouches. These like cargo pants. But they're not something that we have like attested to in before like a pretty modern period. Because like, what are you gonna put in them? And why do they need to be separated like that? You know, the way the Romans did it was, you know, they had a bindle, right? They just put everything in a bag and tied up the bag and put the bag on a stick and put the stick over the shoulder, and that's how you carried your stuff while you were on the march. So what is even in here? I'm now starting to think that I shouldn't have made this leathery looking at all, but should have leaned into it being part of the armor. I'm gonna keep going and see how I feel about it afterwards. I'll do one of the other guys in a fashion where this belt is just an armored belt. Which also doesn't make any sense, right? Like, it doesn't really make any sense that you would have this, like, articulated plate armor. And then you just have these, like, buckles? Just, like, armored cubes? It's like strange armored cubes on your, around your waist. Either one of them makes a lot of sense. Both of them are quite silly. And let's... get in there. Nope. Dropped like a dingus. Like a fool. Alright. To clear that out. And I think I'm going to use a very tiny amount of ice yellow. Shake you up a little bit. Shake, 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 shake. And drop it. And I think if I am thin enough with it, I can get kind of okay highlights. Just a little bit of the ice yellow. No, that's too much. That's too much. That's too much. That's too much. That's too much, man. Oh, that didn't work. There we go. That did work. Let's just see. Didn't expect that greenness to separate out like that. Nope, still not enough. Still not enough, and let's I think this might be just entirely the wrong plan. I think this is entirely the wrong plan. The more I think about it, the more this is stupid. The more this is a stupid plan. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I'm probably not going to... I probably don't have a lot more left in me. Because I am dropping things a lot, which is a sign that I am shaky, which is a sign that I need to either eat and or warm up. A sign that I am failing to take care enough of my fundamental functions. And so that's... I do kind of want to see about getting a little bit more done here. Yeah. My Maslow's, the base of my hierarchy of needs is being interfered with. having the base shot out from under me. Oh, yeah. Woof. Woof. Brush control failure. Catastrophic brush control failure right there. Massive, massive catastrophic brush control failure there. Need to touch up over that. But that's a pretty bad brush control failure. Are you sending her over here? Are you seriously sending her over here? Is she ending? Because I was going to... Because that's an even clearer sign that I need to get the fuck out of here before she shows up. Oh, okay. That would be a real problem. That'd be a real surprise. It would be a real surprise. It would be a real surprise. I live in... You know where I live, Matthew. You know where I live. That'd be a real shock to many systems. That'd be a real shock to many systems. Who did... So, yeah, giant... Yeah, but Igor would be much more likely to attack me than Babinka Bear, based on that. And let me... Put away the hand cam, put away the gaming, put up the JP grab, and grab the schedule. And I'm gonna take a quick look around. And so, okay, alright, just taking a quick look around at who was live, which is not the wisest order to do things in. Let me take a look here. Interesting. Okay, that's actually kind of interesting there. So, yes. This is... So I feel pretty good about the progress I've made on my affiliate anniversary subathon goals. I feel like I've done pretty good on catching up with those. And on getting through those. I know some folks who have made less progress with much more time. And so I don't feel too bad about the progress that we've made on this. I would hypothetically... So I am planning on doing another event in February. I am planning another event in February, for end of February, to celebrate end of winter, to celebrate the new spring, to celebrate the earliest parts of spring break. And I will, I would like to get through as much of these as possible by then. I think it's actually possible I could get through all of them by then. Yeah, we're sacrificing, I got some people in mind who I could sacrifice into the Wicker Man for spring. It would be a fitting time to clear out some folks. And no, let's not be cruel to the bees. Let's not be cruel to the bees. Let's let the bees live in harmony. Let's let the bees live in harmony. And so so let's let the bees live in harmony. I am instead going to think about All right, so I just want to point out, so the bad fiction reading and the spicy ramen are pretty easy to do. The long calligraphy is just going to take time. The cooking stream I still need to get some good pots for. Dark Souls is going to be that's an actual event in and of itself, and the decision I'm kind of making is whether or not that will be part of my February realizing I want to be a VTuber anniversary. That's kind of the question there. The main thing I wanted to do there was show off my favorite games. King of Dragon Pass, and 6 Ages, Ride Like the Wind, and 6 Ages, Lights Going Out. But I might do the Dark Souls with that. I don't know. I need to figure that out. Learning how to knit, I need to talk to the and then I still need to do the custom, the various individual rewards. I've done most of them, but not all of them. So for this week's schedule, you are watching the Wednesday stream. The only other thing I had on the schedule was my Friday stream, which is going to be it's going to be book club. We are reading Kitchen by Banana Yoshimoto, which is good. Having read it, it is good. I should have put this up earlier, but that's the affiliate link. It will obviously be with the book chat when we get there. But yes, that is this week's book club. Inari is very fun, and she is who we're going to raid. I am actually going to let's make her miserable. I might actually put that up on stream. To give you guys a sense of who she is. I've done one music react while I've been here, so why not another one? Let me just... let's watch. I like this one a lot. So, she has some redeems, and she runs her redeems well. She runs her redeems.
Thank you. Thank you for coming by with everybody. Thank you.
Oh, Matthew, thank you for the gift sub to George. George, enjoy your tanks. George.
Let's raid next time. Although I'm a casual raider, so I'm not like too much into that, but I would so totally learn everything.
Let's see. Oh no, we need a few minutes. She lets her voice redeems run while she is doing her karaoke.
Good morning.
So, somebody redeemed. Speaking Nyaz. He's so good.
Oh my god.
She'll be here. She'll be here Friday.
Yeah.
She'll be here Friday. Everyone. Yeah, do it. This is how I was going to read out. You really did.